Alright, the next speaker is Ediri Edewo, a digital publishing consultant. Ediri Edewo is a multiple Amazon best-selling author, an award-winning entrepreneur, international speaker, coach, principal consultant, and founder at the Edewo Solution with footprint across Africa and the UAE. She is a foremost thought leader on mindset and business strategy for entrepreneurs and online publishing for personal and business brand. She is the founder of the online publisher and the entrepreneurs network Open, a community of over 29,000 authors, writers and entrepreneurs, helping them become published as well as profiting from their skills using new media. Till date, she has helped over 1,500 authors get published online and in print, with more than 200 Amazon bestseller emerging. Ederi Edewo has won many awards, including the Skill Up Africa Hero Award 2019, Lady of Honor Award for the Leadership 2019, and Iconic Brand Award for Young Personality of the Year 2019. In 2019, she was nominated for the Future Award Prize for New Media. She's also listed as one of the Nigerian's top 100 influential young Nigerians by the Evans Media and the Why Nigeria Most Powerful Persons in Media Under 40. Give it up for Ediri Edewo, the digital publishing consultant.
Hello, good evening, Miss Ediri. Thank you so much for honoring our invitation. It's a pleasure having you here today. How are you doing? Hope you're doing fantastically well.
I am very well. Thank you, Liberty. Thank you for having me. And well done on all of the previous days as well. You're doing a great job.
Thank Thank you. Okay, let's quickly see. Let's check if they can hear us. Hello, guys. If you can hear me, we are live. Awesome. Good to be here. Precious Greg, Precious Olu, welcome. Fantastic. Can you guys hear us? If you can hear me, if you can hear her, please type in the comment section before we I leave the floor for her. Fantastic, loud and clear. Okay, thank you so much, ma. I'll leave the floor now. You can introduce yourself and just go on. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. Well done again. I know today is the grand finale, and I am opening the floor with profiting from published assets in the new economy. I know some people may be wondering what are published assets? What does that even mean? And I'm going to explain that to you. I will first of all explain the asset part. I want you to know that assets are things that put money in your pocket. They give you a return on your investment. Liabilities are things that take money away from your pocket. All right. Published assets basically mean assets that you publish that put money in your pocket. So it's a term that I coined to basically stand for any kind of content that you create, put on a platform so that it becomes available for other people to access. All right. And that published assets, whether directly or indirectly, is able to put money in your pocket. So it's a published asset. So published assets include your ebooks, your physical books, your workbooks, your planners, your journals, your courses, and other kinds of digital products. So people could also say that they are also called digital assets. But we're specifically focused on digital assets that you publish, create on a platform that becomes available to other people. And usually they are content that are usually created to inform or to transform or maybe even to educate and entertain people. All right. So when we talk about profiting from published assets in this new economy, we're basically talking about how you, as a business owner, whether you are already into the business of creating information products or creating income from your knowledge, your experiences, and your expertise, or you're somebody who has not yet forayed into that area of business, this would also help you because published assets are not only limited to only authors or only writers or only thought leaders and people who are experts on a particular subject field. when it comes to personal development, growth, business, marketing, and so on and so forth. It's also for people who want to create an extra source of income for themselves uh, in this new economy. It's no news, and I know that you've heard this over and over again. It's no news that um, the pandemic and COVID and all that has happened in the past year has basically turned a lot of things on their head, has shaped the way we basically live, not just the way we do business, but the way we live. And more people have had to sit at home. A lot of people have lost their jobs. Businesses have had to fold up or pivot. You find a lot of people, having to look for alternative means of income. Now, a lot of people were able to strike luck during the pandemic by immediately pivoting to something else that could help them to create a source of income to basically sustain themselves. Others weren't so lucky. And even those who were lucky, who found themselves, able to create an extra source of income within a short period of time, realize over time that there's something called structure and there's something called systems. And if you don't have that, if you try to build a sustainable income source without structure, without systems, without the right foundation, eventually you will crash and burn if the business itself doesn't crash and burn. So the post pandemic consequence, or the post business, or the post idea consequence of all of these people that I've begun to notice is a lot of people who are now getting tired, getting fed up, getting frustrated, getting burned out, because they realize now that the initial inertia that they had at the beginning, that made them to chase and run into these kind of ideas of creating published assets and selling their knowledge and selling their experience and basically putting stuff out there, is unsustainable. So if you're going to be profiting from published assets in this new economy, um, I'm going to start to talk about the foundations and the basics of having a foundation on which you can actually build a sustainable stream of income. All right. So, I mean, if I start telling you that, oh, one way in which you can make money is by writing ebooks, creating workbooks, and so on and so forth, you already know these things. You already know these things already. All right. I don't need to tell you again, and it's not going to come as a shocker to you that that you can make money selling ebooks, that you can actually find an idea from something that something you're an expert at, something that you're probably had an experience in, and you can put that knowledge into a book and you can sell it. You already know that you can probably repurpose content that you have been writing on your social media to different other kinds of content that you could sell. You could take that one ebook that you've created, you could turn that ebook into a series of workshops, you could turn that ebook into a masterclass, you can turn that ebook into an online course, you can turn that ebook into a mastermind, you can turn that ebook into a coaching program, a consulting program, and a full-fledged business with multiple income streams from just one particular knowledge. You already know these things, and I'm sure that a lot of speakers in the past couple of days have talked about all of these things as well. I'm going to talk about the foundations, right? I'm going to talk about the foundations, what you really need to have in place for you to be able to profit over time. And if you do not have a foundation, no matter how many story buildings you build, it will all come crashing down when it gets to a particular point of no return, because the law of diminishing return will always happen. So how do you ensure that it doesn't happen to you? You need to learn from other people's mistakes. Um, excuse me. The very first thing you want to focus on is understanding your vision. So some people accidentally find themselves in a position where they have to create these published assets, create ebooks, create courses, create classes and webinars, create trainings and other kinds of programs to be able to help other people. Probably they found out that, oh, it was kind of easy to do. There's a low barrier to entry because you don't necessarily need to have some certification. Some people found it easy to do because a lot of people taught them how they can use their smartphones and a WhatsApp group to be able to make money. Some people found that, oh, I don't even have to know like space engineering kinds of things. I can basically create a WhatsApp group where I'm teaching people how to bake, something that I do easily, or I'm teaching people how to do wig, or I'm teaching people how to sew clothes. I'm teaching people how to make shoes. I'm teaching people how to do copywriting. I'm teaching people how to use Canva to create graphic design. I'm teaching people how to do website design. I'm teaching people all of these things. And these are things that I normally know how to do based on my experience. Or you're somebody who is teaching certain kinds of intangible skills, like I'm teaching people how to be better parents. I'm teaching people how to homeschool their kids. I'm teaching people how to find the right man or the right woman for themselves. I'm teaching people how to become the best versions of themselves so that they can attract the right life partner. So you have all of these skills, all of these experiences, things that you've tried and you succeeded at, that people will be very happy to pay to know how you do. It's wonderful to be able to do that, but if you do not have the right systems as regards your vision, it will be difficult for you to sustain it. So, whatever it is that you're doing right now, I want you to take a pause and step out of that picture frame. There's a statement that you can't see the picture if you're in the frame. Many times you cannot tell what is wrong with your business or your idea, whatever it is you're working on, because you're inside, right? So I'm sitting in front of my phone, and imagine that my face is like literally inside of the phone, and my face is to the front of the phone. I'm not able to see every other thing that is around me. I'm not able to see um all of the other features of my room that are around me because my face is just inside of this thing. That's what happens when you are too inside of your business and you're not able to actually see what is going wrong. And you're constantly inside and you're constantly trying to work and you're constantly trying to fix it from the inside. Meanwhile, what you probably need to do is to take a step out of that business so that you can see everything. All right. So you can focus on everything and have a complete bird's eye view of what is happening. And sometimes when you step out and you take that period of time to just take a break and just look at everything that you've been doing and everything that has happened around you and what your business actually looks like from an outside view, you may find out that you probably don't like what you see because it may look like a mess. It may look like, oh, you just wake up every week and you're looking for, what do I sell today? Next week, you need money to be able to pay your house rent. You start looking for what to launch. Next month, your children are going to school. You start looking for, oh, which book do I sell now? And you're constantly looking for launch plans and ideas, and you're constantly looking for something that you can launch and sell every single time. If you find yourself in a business cycle where you have to consistently launch stuff all the time in order for you to make money in your business, it is a sign that your business is hemorrhaging somewhere. It is a sign that your business is not properly set up. It is a sign that you do not have the proper structures to be able to run that kind of business, especially a business that has to do with creating published assets. If you find you're having to write books every single time just so you can launch it and make money, and you cannot resell the ones that you already have, something is wrong. If you find out that people in your space, in your audience, or people who you talk to are tired of your WhatsApp broadcast and they're beginning to block you, and they're tired of you forcing 10 different kinds of products on the same 80 people every single month, something is wrong. So you need to look at a couple of things, and I'm going to spell them out today using a simple acronym called MAPPIL. MAPPIL. All right. MAPPIL. The first M, the M actually stands for message. The first M, the M itself stands for message. What do I mean by message? Message is, what's that thing that people know you for? What's that thing that is your sounding board? What is that thing that is your war cry? What is that thing that is your call to action? What's that thing that you want to be known for? That's your message. If you are not absolutely clear on your message, it's difficult for you to actually be able to connect with people enough for them to actually want to work with you or want to buy from you or want to tell their friends about you. So many people are just selling books and just selling things and just doing stuff, and you have no message. If you ask people who are your target audience, people who have even listened to you talk or listened to you, speak or listen to you or basically read something that you have posted, and you ask them, when you hear my name or when you see my profile picture, what comes to your mind? If people do not have a coherent answer to that question, something is wrong with your message. If you yourself find out that it is impossible or it's very difficult for you to be able to communicate what you are about with absolute clarity, certainty, confidence, competence every single time, then there's obviously something wrong with your message. Now, there is a simple formula that I use to help people to be able to craft their message. I call it the XYZ formula, Z or Z, right? XYZ formula. And it goes like this: I help X solve Y using Z. I help X solve Y using Z, where X stands for the people you want to help, your target audience. Y stands for the problem you're helping them solve or the solution you're helping them to achieve. And then Z stands for the method or the methodology, the way in which you're helping them achieve those things. So, for example, an example of a message could be uh, I help authors get published on Amazon so that they can become international bestsellers and build influence from there, right? So that's an example of a message of somebody who's probably an author's coach who helps authors who are already published to actually go internationally published by publishing their books on Amazon, either teaching them how to do it or doing it as a service for them, and using that bestseller status to build influence to grow other things. That's an example, right? Another example could be I help business owners learn how to use Canva to create stunning graphics for their business so that they can increase their income. All right. So if you're a graphic artist, your message is not that I'm a graphic artist or I create graphics for people, I teach people how to make graphics. No. What's the solution? Who are the people you're solving that problem for? And exactly what is the message behind it? How are you helping them do that? All right. So if you don't have a message that actually meets a need, people will not buy from you. If you do not have a message that meets a need, people will not join your Facebook group. They will not subscribe to your YouTube channel. They will not join your email list. They will not buy your paid products. You must be absolutely clear on your message. The next part is audience, which I've discussed in the M part. The A of the MAPPIL, MAPPIL. The A stands for audience. Who are your audience members? Are you clear on exactly who you want to serve? Or are you still of the school of thoughts that your message is for everybody? Oh, everybody needs what I have to offer. Everybody needs to build self-confidence. Everybody needs to learn about personal development. Everybody needs graphic design. Everybody needs a website. Your message is not for everybody. If you are still preaching a message for everybody message, you are shooting yourself in the leg. All right. So it is important for you to understand exactly who your message is for, especially when you're just starting out. I always usually say, do not niche your industry. You niche your message and take your message to different markets. All right. I usually say that. But when you're starting out, you want to start with one market and then expand. So, for example, for me, I knew that I eventually wanted to work with business owners and a specific kind of people with a particular kind of mindset. My audience was of a mindset demography, not necessarily of age or location or whatever, right? So I started first of all with writers, people who wanted to write and get published. Then I started to grow to people who are already authors, established authors who wanted to grow their income selling their books. Then I started working with people who already had books, for people who wanted to be able to build multiple streams of income from their published assets. Then I went on from there to be able to help people who had a message to share to the rest of the world, who wanted to build global influence, and I helped them to build that using published assets. So is this still the same thing? I still go through the route of publishing. I still go through the route of helping people go global with their influence through publishing. But because I've been able over time to be able to expand myself, to be able to grow and to be able to share my offerings and cement my message, I'm able to then take that message to different markets. Today, I can serve pastors, I can serve authors, I can serve business owners, I can serve politicians, I can serve imams, and so on and so forth. I can serve people in management, I can serve corporate entrepreneurs and corporate executives, and so on and so forth. All right. So your audience is important for you to understand exactly what you are solving for them. Your audience, while you could first of all start with working on a demography and say, okay, who are they? Where do they stay? How much do they earn? That's your starting point. But eventually, again, we talked about vision in the beginning. Eventually, your vision will help you to understand that your audience will usually expand beyond just one demography. But if you're able to understand what your message is about, then you can go to the different aspects of your audience and reach them with your message. All right. The next part of this acronym, the MAPIL acronym, is the platform. So after you understand what your message is, you understand who your audience is, the next step is, what platform will I stand upon to share my message? What platform will I stand on to share my message and to connect with members of my audience? So there are many platforms like Facebook groups, like Instagram, like your WhatsApp group, like your Telegram group and your channels and your email lists. All right. But I will always advise you, if you want to build an audience, to not just uh, rely on social media as a platform. If you want to build your audience, do not just rely on social media. Don't say, oh, I have a large Instagram following, I don't need anything else. Or I have a large Facebook group, I don't need anything else. Um, a speaker who will come up, John Biddy, will always say, do not build your house on rented land. All right. Social media is rented land. If you try to build your house on rented land, you will fumble, because if the day that Facebook decides to shut down your Facebook group, you lose everything you've worked for. Or if Instagram decides to close down your account, you lose everything you've worked for. But imagine that you have your own Telegram channel, or your own WhatsApp list with all the contacts, or your own email list. You have all the email addresses of the people who are members of your audience. Even if something happens to your email service provider, you can always download the emails of the people you already have and take them to a new service provider. But you cannot save all the people in your Facebook group and then move them to another Facebook group. It doesn't work that way. So your platform is important. So while you have a main social media platform where you maintain social media presence and communicate with your audience members, always start to siphon those people into a more permanent platform. Like an email list, I will always recommend an email list. You can use email service providers like MailChimp, MailerLite, Sendy, SendFox, ConvertKit, Infusionsoft. There are so many of them. Choose one that works for you, one that is easy for you to manage and meets your business solutions, right? And then work on that. These are some of the foundations that you need to have if you want to build a stable business. The second P after a platform is product. So we are talking about published assets. There are so many kinds of products you can create. And guess what? You don't always have to come up with brand new, fresh ideas every single time. I always tell my audience members, start with what I call your manifesto, your message of your manifesto. That is basically a simple, like a book or a guide, or even if it's like a course. I usually always recommend books because I'm all about books, right? Have a book that gives a summary, an expose basically on what your message is about. So, for example, um, I have a book called Zero to Influence, and that book basically talks about my 5-step process to building influence in 90 days or less, right? From that book, um, my ideas and the ideologies that I've been able to research and formulate about the subject of influence, all of that is contained in that book. When I knew that I wanted to expand my message to include helping authors and people who have published assets to build influence intentionally, I had to create that book, because that book became the foundation. It laid the foundation for the business that I am currently doing right now and the work I am currently doing right now with my audience. So from that book, Zero to Influence, I was able to sell the book. I was able to create other smaller books and workbooks from the ideas in that book. I was able to create several masterclasses. I had the Influence to Profit Masterclass. I was able to create a retreat called the Breakthrough Experience Business Retreat, where I basically helped took business owners or business executives to Dubai back in 2019, and the conversation was about monetizing and growing global influence. So the idea for that came from that book. Then I created a mastermind. That it was a 12 weeks mastermind that I ran it four times consecutively throughout 2020. It was called the School of Influence Mastermind. I did not need to start creating new content for that. Everything that I taught in that School of Influence Mastermind came from that one book. So I was able to take that book and repurpose the content over and over and over and over and over again, right? Because it's my original idea, because it is my manifesto, the possibilities for what I can do with that one single book are endless, right? It's absolutely endless. From it, when I was done with the mastermind and wanted to move on to the next step of my business, I was able to take the videos from that mastermind, which were from that book, and turn it into a self-study course, which is now available on my academy. So you see, that one book has given me ideas for so many other things. Yes, the book has been able to sell and made a particular amount, but the opportunities and the other kinds of content and the other kinds of published assets that have come from that one book have been immense and almost immeasurable. So when it comes to profiting from your published assets and you're working on products, you want to create a legacy product, your manifesto product, from which you will then be able to offshoot other kinds of content. Okay. From the School of Influence, from the Zero to Influence book, I was able to create a podcast called School of Influence as well. That's available on uh, most of the major platforms for podcasts. It's available on iTunes and so on and so forth. All right. So um, when it comes to creating published assets, you don't have to start creating brand new stuff every single time, right? You want to focus your creative energies in creating what you can call a manifesto. I like to call it a masterpiece, a piece of work, a body of work that will lay the ground for other things that you will do. All right. So from School of Influence, the idea then came for published assets where I could then help people to actually get published on platforms like Amazon. Because one of the topics of School of on the 5-step journey was on publishing. So under publishing, I broke it down. There's book publishing, there's Amazon publishing, there is publishing for online courses, there's publishing for other non-profit, direct non-profit creating content. Then under Amazon publishing, I broke it down to ebook publishing, workbook publishing, low content publishing. Under that low content publishing and all of this Amazon publishing again, I was then able to create a course called Amazon Printed Profits Bond where I could help people who wanted to build a stationary business, creating published assets on Amazon and make money from there. All right. So the possibilities are endless when you choose to go the route of creating published assets. But I will always say again, have a foundation, have a foundational work, have your manifesto, your masterpiece product that is a compendium of your message and the ideas that you want to share. And then from that body of work, you can then break it down. You can deconstruct it to create an immeasurable number of content, an immeasurable number of products that you can continue to recycle over and over and over again. Then, so I talked about your message, your audience, your platform, your products. The next thing is your income. All right. There is no business without math. The business and the money is in the numbers. Your income plan is about numbers. There are a lot of people who go into business and they do not plan for your income. We all know that if you fail to plan, you plan to. If you fail to plan, you plan to fail. And yet you wonder every single month why it is that you're not necessarily doing as well as you hope you would. Number one, you have no monthly target. You just set a yearly goal, a yearly income goal. You don't bother yourself about breaking it down into quarterly goals. You don't bother about breaking it down into monthly goals. You don't ask yourself what you need to do every single day to be able to hit those weekly and monthly and quarterly and half yearly and yearly goals. Right? So when it comes again to building foundations, structure is important, and structure has to do with numbers as well, right? I want to build a business that brings me 7 figures every single month. What do I need to do to help me to bring 7 figures? Income plan is part of the structure creation process, right? So usually if you're in business to make money. So most of your goals will be very, very number oriented. So you cannot afford to ignore the math. You cannot afford to not know how to do simple addition, subtraction, division, multiplication, and percentages. You can't afford to do that. Okay. So you must work on your income plan. Once you decide that I'm going to work on your income plan, you will find out that a number of things will begin to pop out. So, for example, If my goal is to make a 7-figure month, I realize that I need to be able to sell products that will bring me at least 1 million naira per month, right? If I'm going to do that, I need to start asking myself, what products do I have to sell and how much are they? If I have an ebook of 5,000 naira, for example, how many of those ebooks do I need to sell to be able to hit 1 million? All right. Then I now realize that, okay, fine, I need to sell maybe 200 books every month to be able to hit a sale of an income goal of 1 million. Okay. So the question is, where do I find 200 people to buy my book? Platforms. I need to probably have a Facebook group or an email list or some kind of platform that I can continually fill up with fresh leads, fresh new people who will buy my book over and over again. Because even if I have a platform of 200 people and all 200 people buy my book in 1 month, next month what happens? Those 200 people will not buy the book again because they've already bought it before. I need to now find another 200 people, which then leads you to the question of how do I then add 200 people? How do I add people, new people to my list, to my platform every month so that those new people can buy this particular book for me? So you see that the income plan helps you to begin to plan a structure for your company because you now start talking about your finances, you start talking about your marketing plan, you start talking about your audience, you start talking about your platform, you start talking about lead generation. How do I bring people? Do I run ads? If I don't want to run ads, how do I do organic marketing? What kind of event can I do that will bring a large number of people to my community or to get to sign up for my email list all of a sudden? How do I eventually hit these numbers? So your income goals are very, very important. You must have income goals every month if you want to continue to maintain structure in your business. And the final plan, the final part of the acronym I shared with you is L, your launch plan. So you have an income goal, you have um, products that you want to sell, you must have a launch plan. Every single time you want to put out the product for sale, whether you're selling it again, whether it's a brand new product or it's a product that you have sold before that you are relaunching, you must have a launch plan. For every offer that you want to put out, you must have a launch plan. All right. So there are so many strategies and so many launch plans you can employ in order for you to hit your goals. You need to be able to test them, the different ones, and find the one that works for you. What works for Mr. B may not necessarily work for you. What works for Mr. C may not necessarily work for you. So don't now look at other people's work and say, this person is doing WhatsApp sales. Let me go and do WhatsApp. Meanwhile, you're not active on WhatsApp and you don't really have your target audience there. So it takes you having to try out different things and finding what works for you and sticking to that thing, then working on getting better at it. So if, for example, in order for you to do a launch, you get the best results when you do a live webinar on a Facebook group, and that's when you get the most launch. Don't now start trying to do something else that somebody else is doing. Focus on what works for you and find out how can I improve. So if live webinars help me to get more conversions, how do I get more people to watch my live? That would then be your strategy. How do I then get more people to watch my live? How do I get more people to join my community so that they can actually listen to me? Because if they can watch my live, then they are guaranteed to buy based on my previous results. Okay. So you want to find a launch plan that works for you and then continue to work on getting better at that launch plan till it becomes a no fail zone. Okay, so I've shared with you now my MAPPIL strategy, MAPPIL, message, audience, platform, product, income plan, and launch plan. So once you're able to understand how these 6 different ideologies work together to help you to build a proper structure for your business, creating and profiting from published assets will become a walkover. It will become a walk in the park for you. Okay. I hope that with these few points of mine, I've been able to educate and inform you on the ideologies and the principles that you need to be able to profit from your published assets. So I'm going to probably wait for any questions. If there are any questions, probably take some questions. I do not know how long I had, so decided to make sure that I was quick and not even to my time. Liberty, are you there?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. For giving us value. You've talked a lot about, getting the idea of your head and having a system, right? The MAPIL, platforms and all of these things. Thank you so much, and I'm sure that a lot of people have learned, from right from the beginning. So let's quickly see if we can, if we have questions right from the audience. So this is time for you to ask questions. Thank you, Ma. Okay, fantastic, fantastic. If you have questions for our speaker, please. Okay, fantastic. We have Humphreys. It says, what if not good with number? Can you hire someone? Okay, I think it's talking about if you're not good with numbers, can you get someone?
All right. So when it comes to business, the numbers are really not that hard. All right. If you can spell, if you can read and write, and if you can count money, I always say this: if you can count money and calculate how much is in your bank account, you can do business numbers. Let me tell you the numbers that you need. And they're very easy. Number one, how much do I want to earn a year? You can write it down. How much do I want to earn every quarter? If I'm going to earn 4 million naira a year, for example, that means every quarter I should be earning 1 million naira. So every quarter basically means every 3 months. So if I'm earning 1 million naira every 3 months, which means every month I should be earning about 333 to 334,000 naira. That's simple numbers, right? So if my business requires me to do 334,000 naira every month in order for me to hit my goal of 4 million naira per year, what can I sell to help me to get to 333,000 naira this month? That's the number you need to find out. Okay. I have an ebook of 2,000 naira, and I have a paid webinar that is coming up of 5,000 naira, right? Okay. So I have ebook, I have this. So these two products, I'll put out these two products this month to be able to help me achieve my goal of getting 334,000 naira. All right. So this is basically how you do your numbers, and that's how I do my numbers as well. All right. Now I know that, okay, I have a book of 3K and a class of 5K, or a book of 2K and a class of 5K. Let's use that example. So the question I want to ask myself is, based on how I've been selling my book and my class before, which one do I think would bring me the most money? Do I normally sell more of ebooks, or do I normally sell more of classes? If you find out that you sell more of ebooks than classes, then you then take that 334 naira and share it into two. Maybe it's not equal. Maybe it's because you sell more ebooks, you will give more of the money to ebooks. Okay. So I have 334 naira, 1,000 naira. 200,000 naira will come from ebooks because I sell more of it. Then the remaining 134 will come from the class. All right. Now that I know that that will happen, I then ask myself, if I want to make 200,000 naira for my ebook that is selling at 2,000 naira, how many of those ebooks do I need to sell in order for me to get to 200,000 naira? So I'll do my division. Okay, that means that let me use my phone. Okay, so this is how you do it. You basically pull out your phone. If my goal is to make 200,000 naira from ebook, and the ebook is at 2,000 naira, all I need to do is do 200 divided by 2,000. It will give me what? 100. So I now know that I need to sell 100 books at 2,000 naira to be able to hit 200,000. Then the remaining 134,000 naira, right, that I'm supposed to get from my class, my master class I want to sell. This master class costs 5,000 naira. How many seats in my master class do I need to sell to be able to get up to 134,000? So it's simply 134,000 divided by what? 5,000, which is the price of the class. 26.8, we round it up to 27. So that means I need to sell 27 seats in my master class at 5,000 naira per seat in order for me to hit 134. That's all the numbers you need. There's nothing more to it. The next question you want to ask yourself is, how do I get 27 people to sign up for my class? Or how do I get 100 people to buy my book? That's where the numbers end. That's all you need. You can hire somebody, or you can simply just do what I have suggested and just ask yourself, how much do I want to make this month? What do I have to sell? How many of these things do I have to sell in order for me to make that amount of money? It's as simple as that. If you can count your money, you can do your numbers in your business, right?
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that breakdown. You've actually given us like a blueprint to how you go about your numbers. So we have another question that says, how do I get more followers? Right. Let me quickly check. Okay, what do I do to get more followers and hence more sales? Um, from
All
Pastor
right.
Ike Chris.
Thank you for the question. For you to get more followers, you need to be visible. People need to see you before they can follow you, right? So imagine that you don't have an Instagram handle and you say you want to get 1,000 Instagram followers. How? You have to first of all set up an Instagram account, first of all. And then people need to know that you're on Instagram so they can follow you. So the question is, how do I get people to know that I'm here so they can follow me? Right? So there are many things. So if it's like on Instagram, for example, you can get different followers for Twitter, for Instagram, for Facebook groups, for your email list. Your main goal is, how do I become visible and valuable enough that people want to follow me and stay with me? All right. So things like making sure that your bio, that's your Instagram bio or your Facebook bio is on point. It tells your message, it's attractive to your target audience. Then creating the kind of content that people who would eventually buy from you will be happy to read or listen to or watch. All right. So, for example, if I'm a comedian and I want to get more followers, I need to put out comedy content that makes people laugh, because people who will come to my page are people who are interested in laughing, right? If I am a leadership expert and I want people who would eventually follow me, who are interested in learning about leadership and eventually buy my services, coaching, my book on leadership, I need to start putting out content on leadership. Content that is so good and so attractive that people who are interested in leadership will say, who's this person? And how do I learn more from this person? I have to follow this person and continue to show up on their page so I can see the content that they create. And then try out different kinds of content. Don't just write. People consume content in different kinds of ways. There's some people who would rather read, there's people who would rather watch something, there's some people who would rather look at pictures. So people have different ways of consuming content and interacting with content. So always switch it up, especially on social media. Don't just stick to one thing alone. If you're on Instagram, do Instagram live, do reels. People are doing funny reels now and all kinds of ways to educate. Use all these different features of social media as much as you can. Like today, for example, I finished a live like 2 hours ago before coming here on my Facebook group. It was a free class and it was very valuable, and it eventually led to some sales. All right. So you need to show up for your audience, engage with them. Don't try to be a celebrity. When they comment, thank them for commenting. Ask them what they liked best about your content. Engage with them and always ask for the sales. So don't just expect that because they're following you, money will just come. It's not magic. If you don't ask for the money, it will not come. So you must learn to also be confident enough to ask for the sale every time you put out content with proper calls to action so people can eventually buy from you. Okay.
Amazing. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for the answer. You have to put yourself out there, you have to be visible, and you have to be willing to charge, right? When you are valuable, when you are giving out value, right? So thank you so much for that. And we have another question. But before we go into that, you when you're talking, you made mention of you have to learn a skill, right? So let's say I don't know how all this works, right? So I'm new to the digital space. I'm new to selling. I'm new to uh, having a digital assets, publishing, and all of that, right? Would you advise that I learn something? Like people would say, go for what you love, right? Go for what you're good at doing, right? Would you advise someone who is just starting, go for what they love doing, or they should go for what will sell, right? Because there can be a big difference between what you love to do or what you're interested in or what you have natural flair for, right? The difference between that and what people are willing to pay for, right? So would you say which should would you advise a newbie to go for? Should they learn what they're good at already so that they can become experts, or they should look for what is will sell more?
So here's what I do. I advise people to do as well. Make a list of all of the things that you love. Everything that you love. Like me, for example, if I was to make that list, I love tea. I love sleeping. I love sitting indoors and watching Netflix. You understand? Then I would ask myself, are there people out there making money from all of these things? There's somebody out there that's making money from drinking tea, right? If I don't see them, scratch that. There are people out there that make money watching Netflix. Maybe if I go on YouTube, I may find some people who their job is just to sit on Netflix, watch stuff, and then go and do movie reviews. There is a monetization aspect to it. However, in your present client, are there people who would actually pay to listen to you talk about reviews of movies, right? So you make a list of everything you love, and then ask a simple question: is there somebody out there making money, the kind of money that I want? If there's somebody that looks like me, that acts like me, that's kind of like me, basically, that is making money from this thing? If the answer is no, you're striking it down, and you find yourself that you start, striking things off your list. You start getting left with a few things. Okay, I love teaching finance, personal finance. There's somebody out there who is into personal finance that is making money. Oh, I love helping people to learn how to save and budget. There's somebody out there who's actually making a living teaching people how to save and budget. Oh, I love helping parents with special needs kids how to better care kids. Is there somebody out there who knows how to who's an expert in special needs parenting and making money from it? The answer is yes. Then I start asking myself, is this something I see myself doing for a considerably long period of time? Do I see myself teaching this thing or doing this thing for a considerably long period? Will I get bored? So if you don't know, just try it first, free. Try doing it for free and then see how you adjust it. Like, for example, you may just try something and just like, nah, this is not for me. Yes, it makes money, and I like it, but I don't see myself doing this for a long period of time. You will eventually find something that you fall in love with, which also makes you some amount of money. It will take time. Sometimes it may take maybe a week or so, 2 weeks, 3 months. It doesn't matter. What matters is that you eventually find something that works for you and also money, because the two are not mutually exclusive. All right. So you may find something that is you can monetize, but you're frustrated most of the time. Trust me, money does not usually solve a lot of those frustrations. Yes, you have your bends and everything, but you probably, like a lot of people who go to jobs where they are earning a lot of money, but they are frustrated. Then there are other times where it's the opposite, when you really love this stuff, but the money is not coming. They're hailing you, thank you, mama, thank you, mentor me, mentor me. It's nice when they tell you, oh, I was blessed, I was touched, by. But when you are finished touching them, nobody wants to now pay for your book. Nobody wants to buy them. We just say, congratulations, well done. We knew you could do it. Well done. But nobody wants to buy. And then you're frustrated on that end as well. So you want to find uh, a part where both of them actually intersect. The thing that you love that actually eventually pays. Sometimes you may find out that your love of money may actually make you fall in love with certain things. That's the honest truth. Sometimes you may find out, oh man, this thing is making so much money, and if I true to myself, I can learn it, become an expert at it. And if I'm really good, it will make me money. If money is what gives you joy, find something that is making a lot of money, learn it, and eventually you find yourself, you're there, all right. You're right.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that. Thank you so much. You have to find a point where what you love doing and what makes money intersect, right? Thank you so much. I don't know. We just have like 3 minutes more. So we have a question quickly. I have an idea in laundry business, but I don't know how to launch at first. Laundry business. Okay, let's see if yeah, what our speakers think.
Okay, so I was called to talk about profiting from published assets, but what I advise you to do is, what's your idea in laundry business? Is it innovative? Is it disruptive? Or is it something that you feel you just want to do to be able to make ends meet? So the advice I gave to the last question will probably work for you. Do you see yourself doing it for a considerable period of time? Or are you just doing it because you run out of ideas and this kind of thing seems like a great idea? Then ask people around, like, hey, I'm going into a laundry business. You cannot underestimate the power of feedback. Ask your friends, ask people around you, hey, I'm starting a laundry, really interested in having me come to pick up your clothes and wash it for you and send it to you, right? You want to answer that as well. Then what if you have any extra ways? Maybe you see a gap in the laundry business. So, for example, do you want to create an app where people can, laundry owners can actually do their services, and then people can just basically order a laundry service like an Uber, and then the people from maybe a logistics company can come pick up your clothes, take it to the laundry company, and then bring it back. See, that's an idea. I don't know if it's done, but just keep. Yeah. So it's something that somebody could do anyway, where you just basically become an Uber for laundry services. So I'm here in my house. I don't need to go out. I just put in how many clothes I want to wash. The laundry people will give me a bill. I will pay it there. Logistics comes, picks it up, takes it to the laundry company. They will bring it back within 24 hours or not even the same day. And somebody picks it up for me. They iron it. All the services are just there. I just choose. Is that what your stuff is about? If that's what it is, then ask questions. Will you be interested in this kind of services? Don't just ask customers, ask the people who will be on the platform as well. Ask laundry owners. Will you be interested in having your business on my platform? Then I take a tiny commission of whatever fee you'll be charging the people. You want to ask questions as well. Feedback will really help you to make your business viable.
Uh, okay. I don't know. Okay, we still. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, there's a lot of questions. We don't really have time, so I don't know if what were your fears? I mean, there are a lot of fears. Okay, let's just 1 minute or so. Let's see if we can, put
What
an
are my
answer to this.
fears? Uh, I had failed at a lot of things before. So one of my fears was that I'll probably fail at this one again. But I always tell myself, what's what will happen? I started many things before anyway, so yeah. Another fear was I'm an introvert. The fear of putting myself out there is always real and present. What if I don't have control over my life again? But I let my purpose that was bigger than me at least lead me and guide me. So I'm able to put myself out there despite the inherent fear of public speaking. Another fear that people probably won't take me seriously because I was really young at the time. But I learned that competence and results basically overrides all those kinds of fears. So no matter how young you are, if you have value, people respect you. So those are some of the fears I had and how I overcame them when I started.
Thank you so much. Thank you. You have to let your goals or your dreams or your aspirations to override your fears, any whatever might crop up right in your life. You have to always focus on where you want to be, your goals, and all of that. Thank you so much. Thank you. So we really appreciate you. Quickly, how can we like join your community? How can we, you know let's say I want to find you, how can I find you? Or do you have a particular course or something you want to introduce to us?
I have a Facebook group. It's very active. We're having amazing fun, especially at this time as well. It's called the Online Publishers and Entrepreneurs Network. So the acronym is OPEN. So if you just remember open, like open and close, if you remember open, Online Publishers Entrepreneurs Network on Facebook. Once you join, just check the About Us section. I have a freebie, simple business activities for business owners in different stage of your business that you can actually tap into. It's a free resource that can help you a lot to understand exactly what you should be doing at each point of your business as well. So join open. Follow me on Instagram if you want to as well. You can also see open there. And yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So that is it. Follow her on Instagram, search for Open on Facebook, and you join her group. Thank you so much. And okay, Online Publishers Entrepreneur Network Open on Facebook. Fantastic. Okay, thank you so much, Ma. And that is it. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Okay. Thank you guys for staying tuned. On our list, the next person coming up now is Martina, Mrs. Martina Ononiwu. Um, she'll be talking about positioning your brand globally, right? You don't want to miss this. She's an amazing personality and she wants to teach you how to take your brand from from wherever you are, right, in the third world country to the global audience, where people can actually buy what you have to offer, right, where people take your product seriously. So if you are that person who is looking to transition from just local operation into international operation, this is where you need to be. In the next 1 minute, we'll be live with Miss Martina Ononiwu.
Our next speaker is Martina Ononiwu, digital marketing consultant. Martina Ononiwu is a business consultant, a digital marketing strategist, and an educator. She helps entrepreneurs and companies with their business growth and digital marketing strategies. Her area of expertise include business development, digital marketing, negotiating contract, virtual assistant customer service, event management, project management, client relationship management, social media or community management, sales, and marketing speaking. Training workshops, no matter what your business industry is. One thing that sets you apart from everyone is your story. Martina is a good storyteller, and she will use her expertise to help individuals, organizations stand out. She's passionate about arts and culture. This has made her live in 3 countries and travel to lots of countries, especially in SE Asia. As the founder and chief intentional officer of Randstad Services, Martina helps individuals and companies with B2B, B2C, business growth, and digital marketing strategies. Some of the companies she has worked for or with includes Sericom, Africa Development Studies Center, LBA Boysen, Chris Virgin Interlinks, Belio France, Petroleum Equalization Funds, Rockview Hotel, etc. She's also the founder of Kizo Care Play, and Learning Center, an alternative education for children where she empowers children for a better world. Please put your hands together as we welcome Martina Ononiwu.
Okay, guys, our Miss Martina is in the studio with us. She will join us in a few seconds. Don't go anywhere. She's here with us. She just need to, join us. Don't go anywhere. You've heard her profile. She's a digital marketing consultant, and she's going to give you all the information that you need to take your business from where it is right now to the next level. And that is, I know that that's what you want, right? We've all been operating in a particular, way, that we understood or we understand that our business can operate in, right? And now we have experts coming on board to teach you for free how you can go international, how you can take your brand international. So this, don't go anywhere. She's right here in the studio, and in a few seconds she will join you. Thank you so much for staying tuned. We're having a little problem with her device. No, so she was using a mobile phone before, so she's switching to our system now, and she'll be here in few minutes. But before then, how you guys doing? How you guys doing? Can you hear me? Have you learned anything today? Um, let's see in the comment section. If you're learning, just type in the comment section if you've learned something today. We have Kahira Bello. Okay, you're welcome. Yeah, she will join us soon. She will join us very, very soon. If you're learning, if you've learned something today, put it in the comment section. If you can hear me, put it in the comment section. She'll be here with us. Fantastic. Humphrey, we learn a lot. Fantastic, beautiful. Who else is learning? Who else is learning? We put this whole summit together because of you, right? So that we can have people that have done all the things that you're aspiring to do, right? So that they can give you that professional advice, that professional insight, on how they've been able to move from where to where they are now, right? So if you're learning, fantastic. Louise Akwaize, we can hear you. Fantastic, fantastic, beautiful. She'll be right here with us, as very shortly she'll be here. So just stay tuned. I would like to. Okay, this is amazing, fantastic, beautiful, yeah, she's an amazing woman. And if you've not joined her Facebook group, go on Facebook and search for open, right? That's the acronym on Facebook. To get her. Let's see if fantastic. So thank you, Humphreys. Thank you for that. She'll be with us shortly. Just stay tuned. Yeah, like I was saying today, we're going to be having Daddy Jo in the building, right? You don't want to go anywhere. You don't want to miss that. He's going to be here, and he's going to be teaching you the business of digital real estate. I mean, I don't know how to describe that, but that is the title alone is blowing my mind away, right? Fantastic. Dennis Okonkwo said, I got value. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So today we're going to be announcing the winner of our prizes, right? We announced at the beginning of the summit that we're going to be doing giveaway, right? It's not just about teaching you something. We have to also give you the resources, the tools that you need to start up, whatever you want to start, your business, right? Your personal brand, right? So we're also giving free website. And in a short while, I'm actually going to come live, and I'm going to teach you what digital platforms are, and why you need a website, right? And why you need some of these things, and the things that you need, right? The digital tools that you need. Fantastic. And that is a favor, starting with a manifesto, is somewhere fantastic, beautiful. Thank you, Sunday Oko. Citraks Summit 2020 is amazing. It's amazing. Thank you, Pastor Ike Chris. Fantastic. It's timely and indeed loaded. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you, guys. You guys are the real MVPs. Thank you for staying tuned since on Friday. This is Sunday. This is the grand finale, and we will be done, in no time. So we're still waiting for Miss Martina. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, so I'll be right back with Miss Martina shortly. Just stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Awesome, awesome. The devil is a liar. We had to cast and bind, and it has worked, right? The devil didn't want us to bring her on board. She wants to give you value, right? So we've done the casting and the binding, and she's right
Yes.
here with us. Amazing. Thank you so much for joining.
Oh my God, I am so sorry. I have to apologize. I don't know what was happening, but the devil is a liar. Thank you so much for
Yes,
having me. Thank
no
you.
problem. You can just take the floor. Thank you, Ma. Just give them the value hot, hot.
All right, then. I apologize for coming in late. And thank you for what you and your team have done so far. And I welcome and thank everyone for watching so far. To all the speakers who have spoken, you guys did amazingly well. I myself, I can't even just imagine the value that I got, and then I'm certain that everybody who has watched also has been getting different values. Okay, so I'm going to switch things up a bit. I know I'm 15 minutes late, but I'm going to have to make up for it very fastly. Please, I know we're already writing, but I'm changing things up. I want you to share this video from now onwards because it's something that is very interesting. We need to set our businesses and take our businesses global. So in my own session, I'm going to be doing a giveaway. I'm having 3 giveaways that I'm doing. Don't worry, it's not an ebook and it's not all those, it's a ginger type of giveaway. So there's going to be money giveaway, there's going to be different types of giveaways. So all I want you to do is ensure that so many other people are watching. Okay, that's one. Then 2, I want you to take notes. I want you to contribute in the comment sections because I will be looking at that as well to determine who I'm going to give my giveaways to. And then of course 3, I want you to ensure that everything that I'll be talking about today, you're able to recap them. So I need people to help me on the platform. Thank you, Liberty and the Citraks team for inviting me here. I appreciate you guys, and it's so nice that we're doing this in this time than any other time. Now, a lot of speakers have already spoken from Friday, Saturday, and of course today, and everybody is saying the same thing that we need to be hearing and that is needed for our time now and in the future. And what better time to actually re-strategize your business in this new economy than now? Okay, let me just get right into it, okay, and let you know that no matter what you do right now, like no matter the skills that you have, no matter the talents that you have, whatever you have right now, whatever you know right now, there is somebody out there in the world that actually needs it. So let me take it again. Whether you're a business owner, whether you are trying to start a business, whether you're thinking, I've seen people ask questions, whatever you can do right now, whether you're thinking about it or you're about to do it or you are doing it, somebody needs your service or your product out there in the world. That means that whatever you have and own, this is the better time. Now is the better time to actually put it out there for the world to see. So when we're talking about re-strategizing your business for the new economy, one of the things that must come to your mind is, how do I position myself or my business as a global brand? You cannot re-strategize in this period without positioning yourself as a global brand. So this is what I'm going to be talking about today. Okay, so because I've wasted a lot of time, I'm going to try to speed things up, but I need everybody to participate. Share. Make sure that you're sharing this video so that more people can hear. And of course, I'm doing my giveaway within the time that we'll be here. Something that you need to really know and is very important is, in order for us to be wealthy, and in order for us to have an abundance of money or finances or wealth, there are systems that govern these things. And this is something that we must understand. Business is spiritual. And whether we are in Africa or we're abroad or wherever, you need to know this. And people that are not even Christian or Muslim or whatever, they already understand this, and that's why they're moving with their businesses in that manner. If you want your business to be global, you have to understand that there are laws that govern you for you to be a success. So you have the spiritual laws, and then you have the business laws. And don't worry, I'm not preaching to you. This is not preaching. These are principles that people who have money, who have positioned themselves as global brands, they already understand it, they get it, and we that are in Africa, we need to get these things. And it's easy for me to say that because I already live overseas, so I'm seeing what we are already not seeing, and I'm understanding that, okay, so this is the pattern of how people would put and position their businesses. What happens with the spiritual law? The spiritual law of business, okay, or the spiritual law that governs you to be able to put your business globally is responsible for the arrival of your resources. That means it also gives you insurance of resources. Whereas the business law, all of the things that every of the experts have been speaking about, or some of the things that we have been hearing about, okay, the business law is responsible for the management and the multiplication of your resources. These two laws is what is needed for you to actually expand yourself globally. I'm so thankful that Mr. Liberty actually put my session just immediately after the previous speaker who spoke. Why is that so? Because we are hearing how to start your business. How do you use the Maple? How do you create your business from zero to finances? Whatever you do, after creating your business, after launching your business, you will need to understand that you need to go global for you to now say you have created wealth. Like Dangote now, everybody is using Dangote cement. Everybody is using, and the thing is, it starts with your mindset. So the first thing that comes to your mind when you want to actually go global is to think broadly. So you're thinking in your mind, my business, my brand, my product, and just so you know, your brand can be a product, it can be you yourself. You right now, wherever you are in Africa, you can actually go global. Yeah, we hear this comedian say, we global now, right? And forgive me, I'm going to use jargons that you know, preferably than using the industry jargons, because I want you to really understand what I'm going to be saying. So you're thinking globally. How do I think global? It starts with your mindset. Your mindset is a powerful tool into your journey of success. And your mindset literally takes your thoughts, whatever you're thinking, it turns them into experiences. But unfortunately, all of us who is in Africa, we are limited to our belief system. So in Africa, if you're 20-year-old and you have 50 million, maybe you're a woman, it's one aristo that is helping you. Nobody sees the possibility that, okay, maybe you are on Facebook or no. If you say, okay, you want to be like Dangote, no, you're thinking too much. So we already have that limiting beliefs in Africa that limits us from seeing possibilities and how we can actually expand ourselves global. Someone is selling shea butter. You just feel, you know what? Only people in my street. I beg. Let me just deal with people in my street. I beg. You don't think that people in Canada, people in France, people in wherever, they need your product. Most of us in Africa are not thinking that way. But if you're re-strategizing your business in this current time for the new economy, you have to have an open mindset. Your mindset will need to be broad. You need to start seeing possibilities. You need to start knowing that things are doable. It is possible. So you don't have to wait till when you have that book written. Right now, even the things that you are saying, people in America can start tapping into it right now, not another day. I'm not going to use any of the big examples that we know, like Dangote, Elon Musk, and all those people. No, let's start with the common man. Let me use my example for today. Kingsley. Kingsley is a guy in Eket, okay? He's an art strategist, but he's making 6-7 figures in dollars. Half of his customers are living in America. And I know this because Kingsley is someone that I work with. But he lives in Eket. He's not living in Lekki in the High-Bro area, but he's doing his business all the way in Eket. What is Kingsley doing that all of us cannot do, wherever you are right now? With your skills. This is not even Kingsley selling rice or selling beans or selling tomatoes. This is Kingsley just helping people do their ads. So they want to do Facebook. Why are people in America thinking about Kingsley? Why did they think about Kingsley? Why are they looking for Kingsley in Eket? And even sometimes Kingsley will show us his house where there is this farmhouse and everything, and you're looking, oh boy, this guy no fear. See the kind background way in the shows, but people really want to work with us. And this is what technology can do for the new economy. Technology is now helping you spread yourself globally in a way that people can see you no matter where you are. So if you're putting your mindset, you're thinking, okay, this is doable and I can do it. You also need to be open to healthy level of exposure. So you are exposed to things, because some people make arguments. Person, they make 7 figure on social media. I beg, na lie. I beg, you cannot make 5 million in 24 hours. Oh, darling, people make that money in 24 hours. You're just limited to the information that you know. So it then means that if you want to position yourself globally, in your mindset, you are open to the exposure of things that are possible. Just because you have not heard about it doesn't mean that it's not happening. Somebody will say, Kai, I'm the best, I'm the number one in this. Okay, that you know of. Or I'm the most beautiful. Okay, that came around to do the contest. Because the most beautiful is not necessarily the most beautiful. Those on the Forbes list, they are not the only millionaires. So they say, okay, first 100 millionaires. Does that mean that we don't have any other millionaire in Africa or billionaire other than Dangote? No, we have more people. But these are the people that Forbes have decided to choose. So understand the level of your exposure will also play a vital role in helping you position yourself or your brand, in the global space. Now, the most important thing that you will be thinking about will be all the following steps that I'm going to be giving to you. And these steps I'm giving to you, they're just a way of opening your mindset to what is the possibilities of what you can actually start doing right now. So you have that business idea. For the guy who wants to open the laundry mat, let's use your business as an idea. You want to open a laundry mat, but do you know that your laundry mat can actually go global? And somebody say, I beg, I never finished the one way they my side, not to go global. Yes, you can do global. There are some people that will decide, you know what, I want to be shipping my agbada from here to whatever, and you wash it, iron it, and then you ship it to them. Some people literally buy a shipping from Nigeria, even though they're in the diaspora. So what you're going to be doing next is, number 2, is for you to research the market. You have your business idea, you have your business, you have your product, you have what you want to do. As other people have told you, you've already turned that your passion into, you are now trying to think of how you can make money from it. You want to research the market. Now, this market research I'm asking you to do is not just the regular one, because if you're going to go global, you want to understand the behaviors of what's happening in the different countries. How do business transcend in the different countries? Just the way you're doing business in Nigeria is different from the way that we do business here. So for instance, if you sell croissant bread or agege bread in Nigeria, in Nigeria, you might be buying agege bread only in the morning. When you now want to sell your agege bread overseas, you will know that agege bread, we are eating it in France, morning, afternoon, and night. Before we eat any meal, we are eating our agege bread. You need to understand that kind of research. When you're trying to go global, just because there's a buying preferences in a certain area, or a certain culture, doesn't mean that it will be the same thing in the other one. So you must be able to tweak your businesses or your product or your service for the market that you're finding yourself. And just so, let me let you know, the word positioning is actually a subjective word, because when we say positioning, you have to do it market by market. So what is happening in France is different from what is happening in America. What's happening in America is different. So if you want your brand to go global, you need to do a research. You need to research what is happening in this particular country where I want my brand. So don't just think, you know what, everybody wants shea butter, so it will happen like that. No. You might now need to understand that, okay, maybe in Canada, shea butter is better to sell it in April time. So April time, you'll be shipping your shea butter there. Or you might say, okay, I'm someone who is doing publishing. Okay, publishing. Maybe during the COVID, all the publishing companies or whatever and the logistics is closed. So if you're a logistics company or you're a publishing company, you will notice that right now will not be the best time to actually ship overseas. You might want to now do something else. This research, this market research is something that you need to know. And I always tell people, what you don't know will put you out of business. So you must constantly take the advantage of the things that other people are not doing to do in your own business. And that's how you can position yourself for a global brand. So let's do a quick example. I want you to write down in your pen and with your pen and your paper, write out like 3 problems that you think people have in the industry that you want to do your business in, or that you're already doing your business in, and also write down 3 solutions to those problems. I know the previous speaker talked about this, and I want to make emphasis on it. Write it out now, or you can even put it out in the comment section. This particular challenge is for 20,000 naira, and I'm intentionally doing this to ginger you so that you know we're not just talking. It's time for us to do. So write it out in the comment section. Write it out. What are 3 problems that you think people currently right now have, okay, and problems that we can solve? So this is how you want to be able to position yourself. You're also positioning yourself properly in the market. I'm using the same Kingsley as an example. How do people know about Kingsley who is living in Eket? How do people know about Kingsley that lives in Eket? How do people from America? 50%, and I'm trying to be safe with my statistics by saying 50, but I can guarantee you more than 50% of his customers come from America. How did they start knowing him? Why did they leave all the gurus in their own vicinity and they started coming to Kingsley? Why? Because Kingsley positioned himself properly as a global brand. And when you're doing your brand positioning, you need to understand what are your competitors doing, okay? What is your competitive advantage? What do you have that other people don't have? So for people who sell shea butter, for example, it can be that your shea butter is directly from the Ghana source. Well. And you're not the end buyer. This can be something that you have that will make people decide to buy from you directly. Maybe you're able to produce 10,000 metric tons. Maybe you're able to give it to them for free. These are some of the things that you want to know. You want to be able to put out yourself there when you are actually positioning yourself. You want to be able to promote yourself. You want to be able to promote your brand. So I might say self and brand, and I'm using it interchangeable. When I'm talking about brand, it can be your business, it can be your services, it can be you as an individual, depending on the type of business that you're doing. So you want to know all this information. When you put out yourself there, you're promoting yourself. Like the speaker who spoke on Friday said, I think his name is Nee, he said, like best known, people, if they don't know you, nobody's going to buy from you. So best known is better than best. So now you get the best products, no matter, right? People need to actually literally know you. So you're putting yourself out there. You're promoting your business slowly but surely. The good thing about the new economy and the good thing about technology is you don't know people are watching, but people are actually watching. So you don't know people are seeing you. So don't get bamboozled when you think like, oh, I have only 1 follower, so nobody's seeing. Darling, you don't really need the followers. If you have, you're better off having 10 followers that are buying from you than you have 100,000 people and only 1 person is buying from you. It doesn't make sense. So you want to be able to have that relationship with your people. So don't let that even fool you at all. So even if you have 1 person, 2 people, 3 people, the thing is you're putting yourself out there. You're consistent in what you're doing and in the message that you're putting out to people for them to see. As you'd imagine, you need to also revamp your products. You need to revamp the channels of how you're going to be sending your products or your services to the global market. So even if you were, let's say you were selling services, how are you going to position your brand to people out there? Let's say before in Nigeria, maybe you're on the ground in Nigeria and you're a speaker and all the time you only do normal events. Well, could it be that right now with the technology, you can now be doing your virtual event and you can now get more people to see your product, so to come for your speaking event or whatever. So you're not limited to only, I'm looking for Nigerians that will come and hear, because whatever you're speaking about, okay, people need that information. This is what I've established, that whatever you have, your skills, your knowledge, your product or your services, there is somebody out there who needs it. Let me just give you a shocker. If cockroaches and crickets can sell on the internet, my darling, any idea you have is a valid idea and it can sell. Any idea you have is a valid idea and it can sell. Another thing you want to be able to look at is also to assess the way that your brand is being translated. So how is your brand translated? Some people, they start up their business and they're just thinking about the now. But if you want to position your brand globally, you have to start with your brand globally in mind. So you're not just saying Chinedu Cosmetics or Chinedu Rice. Meanwhile, in another country, that might mean something different. So you want to know how it's being translated in another country. Let me give you an example. In France, there is a cheese called Cric. The name of the cheese is called Cricky. Well, that particular word in another country, in Iran, it means something else. It means like rotten or spoiled, right? So imagine if that particular brand wanted to go and sell their product in Iran. you will know that they have wahala already, because that name will not go, because like you're saying rotten cheese, meanwhile the product is cheese and then the name is creaky. So just imagine having rotten cheese. So these are some of the things that you want to be able to think about. How is your brand being translated? This is something you must always think about. You have to ensure that, okay, the words that you use, the jargons that you're using, the colors that you use, they don't offend the other people in the other countries. Even the numbers of your figure. Let me give you an example. If you go online, you see products are 49.90, 47.70. They are like that for a reason. If you go to China, there are some numbers that if you use, nobody's going to buy your products. I guarantee you that for a fact, because I believe that. So there are some things that you will say, there are some choice words that you will use in your product or in your services that people will not even work with you. You might put your hand like this. Oh, this is keeping your fingers crossed. Maybe in America, that's what it means. In Vietnam, you put your hand like this, you're insulting somebody and they don't take it lightly. You, who is that person who wants to position your brand on a global level, you need to understand these things. You need to actually be able to say, okay, yellow and brown. Okay, for instance, in France, okay, if you are going to sell something and you use blue and red, you're very sure that that thing is going to sell very well. You need to know this information when you're positioning your brand, as a global brand. Of course, another thing that you want to also consider is how you're going to find partners. This one requires you to network. You cannot be a global brand without network. You have to network. You have to have partners that are reliable. Some people say, how do I want to open my business? Well, before this economy or before this time or before technology, you might literally have to physically go to maybe America or China to go and open an office and all those kind of things. But these days, with technology, thank God for technology, you can just have a partner there and your business will be global. So even if, let's say, you were a laundromat guy or whatever, you can have a collaboration, okay, with a laundry company in the country that you want to expand to, and you can plan something out that will become a win-win situation for you and that company. So if you are in Africa right now, and you are a business, you have no business actually staying like that without actually having, a global presence. You need a global presence. Everyone can see and hear me. Okay, all right. So I'm just reading. I'm trying to read what's happening so that I'm in line with you, with everyone. So you have to understand that if you have a business right now, you're thinking, how do I leverage on technology to put myself out there? Because if you're not out there, and some people will say, oh, but I'm out there, I have Instagram. So, but just because you have Instagram doesn't mean that you're out there. Someone will say, oh, I have a website. Well, just because you have a website doesn't mean you are out there. I have 50,000 traffic coming to my page. Well, it doesn't mean that you're out there. Because people will need to literally know you and your business. People need to actually know you and your business. So ensuring that you find partners that can work with you is something that will make your business actually skyrocket for people to know you well as a global brand. This is why offline pre-technology time, or even in technology time, you'll see franchises like KFC and McDonald's and Uber and all those people. They created their business models as franchise, right? But thank God for technology right now. Online, you don't even need the franchise. Anybody with a little partnership can just blow one time. So you're thinking about, how do I take my business to that level? And your business does not have to. The thing is, in Africa, because we have limiting beliefs, as I already established before, we don't know that things are possible. So you're looking at, me that just started my business, how can I be selling in America? How can you not sell in America? Let me give you an example. There is a business coach in America. His name is JT Fox. This guy in 2016 lives in America. He did not book a hotel. He flew from America. He did something that would be the last thing I'm going to say, what you should do, And once he did that thing, he gathered 2,000 people to come to listen to him to speak. We didn't know him before, but because of that thing he did, everybody came, 2,000 people. Guess what? It was a free event, and all of us were somehow made to buy a CD that was 400 euros. Darling, only 1% of people did not buy. Trust me, I was among the 1% because African gay, I cannot imagine how somebody comes to come and collect my 400 for free event, right? Okay, so myself and my friend Josephine, she's also a business consultant. She also did not buy. So, but imagine if only 1,000 people bought, 50% of people. Do the math, okay? We already heard the other speaker tell us that business is about the math, and this is the valid truth. Do the math. 1,000 people times 400. This guy did not pay for a hotel. He did not book anything. He just booked only his flight ticket. Maybe he probably even booked it way months before the time. He was not a known person. So he's not like, okay, maybe Gary V is coming. All of us, we are going there. No, we didn't know this guy from Adam. And people paid him 400 for the CD. It was a free event. Do 400 euros times 1,000 people. That's what that guy made that afternoon. He came with his POS. He's not going to pay 25% of tax in France. And boom, the next available flight, he was out of this country. That guy made clean money. Tomorrow, somebody will be arguing, Mama, should bed fly. How did that guy make that money? But he made the money. At least I was in that conference. So what am I saying? You can be a global brand if you put yourself out there. If you put your mindset to say that, you know what, I want more people to be reached. And how are you able to do that? You must first start seeing that business is not about just opening a company and you making money. Business is actually about creating impact for people. You're being impactful to people. And there is a formula for this thing that I'm talking about. There is actually a formula. But before we go to that formula, you need to put in your mind that this is how we are reshaping the world with technology these days. If you're going to catch up with what's happening in the world, you're going to have to stop creating excuses. I hear a lot of African businesses, oh, it's easy for you to talk about, you are abroad now, there's no light. Okay, technology does not concern whether do you have light or you don't have light. Nobody wants to know whether you're in the village or in the lungu. These days, it's so easy that you can sit in your home, literally, and be a global brand. I have been on this seat. I'm doing this video from my house, and from this particular seat, the same way I'm talking to you guys, I have made more than 7 figures just by sitting here. So I didn't go to anywhere fancy. You're just seeing only this particular wall. And I intentionally did it so that people in Africa could know that it doesn't matter your location. You see, money does not care about your location, and you can position yourself globally. And that's what I'm trying to say to you today. So you need to adapt yourself. So adaptation becomes a new skill that every business owner needs to start, adapting or learning to. You will now notice that not everybody is able to dream. Some people have that mindset that is short. But today, I'm opening it up to say, my darling, it is doable. Whatever you set your mind to do, if you tell yourself, I'm going global, you're going global. But you're going to have to put in the work, you're going to have to put in a plan, and you're going to have to follow the steps and the strategy and the model that I'm going to give to you. So one of the most important things you must always remember is there is no space for anything. There is no space. If you're waiting for the time for when your own product or your services will be needed, there is no space. It's already saturated. But guess what? People create that space for themselves. So what's happening? We have 13 speakers. Yes, you can be the 14th one. We have 50 book publishers. Yes, create one. Be the 51 publisher. If you say, I'm just waiting for my own product or my own services, you are going to end up just being there and not, enjoying, the euphoria of what is happening now. And like I said to you, there is no better time to be rich, to be wealthy, to have abundance than now. So contrary to what people say, oh, COVID, because of COVID, there are so many people who in COVID have made billions, even millions. I don't need to give examples of Amazon. I don't need to give examples of all the people out there. We already know these things. We research these things. So if you are watching me right now or you're going to watch in the future, it's time to stop consuming. A lot of people consume, especially Africans, and we don't create. What I'm trying to make you do today is for you to create. So put in the comment down below what you're going to create today for yourself and for your business. Let's see what you're creating. Put out the commitment in the comment section. What are you going to be creating? I'm creating my business globally. I'm going to be a speaker, global speaker. I'm going to be a global brand in fashion or in this, on that. Fashion Week in Paris, here I come 2021. I'm going to be the next president. Yes, you can be with 600,000 naira. You get something, and then you can start with your representative in Nigeria. Yes, start putting it out there in the comment section. Let's see what you're going to create. And you're not just saying it, but you're making a commitment to doing it because it's doable. It is doable. So how are you going to do it? How are you able to do these things that you have said? Yes, I want to be a president, not by mouth. How are you going to do it? The thing is, you need to have to create value. Everybody is talking about value, and you are not wrong. Your ability to provide a solution that is needed and useful is what helps you to go global. I'm going to say that again. Your ability to provide solutions that are needed and useful. So some people say, it's needed. Okay, it has to be needed and useful. Then you can go global. If you don't have a service that is needed and useful, you can't go global. So let's use Mr. Macaroni as an example. Mr. Macaroni is a comedian. He's a popular comedian in Nigeria. Everybody knows him. His stuff is laughter. We need laughter now because the world is too much. This world, we can't kill ourselves. Yeah, but he's not just a comedian. He's making us laugh, but he's sending valuable messages that people need. So whatever value that you create must be valuable, is needed, and it must be useful. And this is how you can create like a global brand. And what most people don't know is there is only two ways money can come to you. Money will come to you through favor and through value, period. And I'm saying favor because most people, they talk about business, and they forget the spiritual part. Business is strictly spiritual. I'm going to talk about it from the God part for 1 minute, and this is because I believe in God. God enables one to have wealth through men to men. And so if you're going to forget the spiritual part, so you might say, okay, you know what? I beg, this lady is talking about God too much. I don't believe in God. Okay, don't believe in God. What will happen is you would have the business laws where you know how to manage the business. You have all the system, all the structures, everything intact, everything. But guess what? Where is the money? There is no money. Charlie, there is no money. The way the money will come is through favor and through your value. It is value that will help you become influential. The value of what you bring to the table. I'm laughing because when I ask my daughter, my small daughter, I say, so what do you bring to the table? She say, Mommy, I don't see anything on the table. My dear, you have to bring value to the table. The moment you bring value to the table, you go global. So your value is what will make you become influential. People will start talking about you. Who are you? Fela Durotoye, we are hearing about him in Japan. And Naira Marley, we don't know him, but okay, then who's that Naira Marley? Well, I don't know, but he's bringing entertainment value, right? Value is what makes you become influential, and it takes you global. Another thing you have to know is you have to package your value. So when you understand what value you bring to the table, you package that value. Everybody must have a value that they're bringing to the table. Don't say, I don't know what to bring. When you say, I don't know, it's like you're abusing God. That means God did not create you in a way. You have to think of what you have right now, okay? Like I said to you, the 3 problems and the 3 solutions. And those solutions, you think of a way to bring value to somebody with those solutions. And then you package them either into products or into services. My dears, I have seen people literally sell how to cook cricket on the internet. And the person who is selling how to cook, let me not speak English, how to cook cockroach. Yes, just so you know, people in Japan, they eat cockroach, they eat frog. This is a staple, I've eaten it before, so I know what I'm talking about. How to cook frog, how to cook recipe. And that person is making millions of dollars. If that person can make millions, how much more? What is your skill? How to live in Nigeria, the Wahala way. Put it, package it up. How to survive Nigeria roads without bashing your car. Darling, put it, it will sell. There is a market for it. There's somebody who needs it, and that person will bring, once she's valuable, it will make way for you and it will help you go global. This is what I'm talking about. So what is the strategy? Because I'm the strategy queen, I'll give you guys a strategy. So please write this down. Your USP plus your strength plus your value plus your audience needs equals to your global brand positioning. I'm going to take that again. Your unique selling proposition, which is the USP, plus your strengths, plus your values, plus audience needs equals to your global brand position. So your unique selling proposition, let's start with that. What are you bringing to the table? We have already discussed that. We've already established that. Once you understand what you're bringing to the table, once you understand that, okay, I'm doing something that is different. And in Africa, we like to copy, but don't just be a copy. Be a good copycat. Copy the right cat. Don't just say, oh, because everybody is being a speaker, me too, I need to be a speaker. No. Find out what that speaker is doing that you can do differently. I don't know when in Africa we're going to learn about collaboration, but if you really want to take your brand globally, you are going to have to see yourself collaborating more, because it's through collaboration that other people can actually marry what you're doing to what they're doing to help to push you there. So most people are afraid. So you say, I don't want, people are doing share butter. I'm using share butter now because I'm giving somebody that idea of what's needed now. We need share butter in abroad because it's cold. A lot of people are looking for it. So we need share butter. I'm using share butter. There are many other examples that I can give to you guys, but I just want to stick with this one. People are doing share butter and everybody is exporting it. Some people don't even know that they should be exporting it. If you are selling shea butter right now and you are in Africa and you don't have any sales, then that means that you're not researching what's happening, because people need it more abroad than in Nigeria. And trust me, you are going to make more money abroad than in Nigeria. And somebody might be saying, logistics. Well, it's part of the plan. The customer doesn't have problem with money. As long as it is valuable, as long as it has value, as long as there is something that you're bringing to the table that is needed and useful, you will go global. And somebody will say, Martina, well, what if it doesn't work? Well, as an entrepreneur, you don't see failures. You only see lessons learned. But guess what? If you follow this exact strategy, I guarantee you are going to actually be a global brand. And in going global, you don't just go global without the financial rewards. Money still comes with globalness, right? So when you go global, you also make money. So let's not even talk about money in what we're saying, because it comes naturally by default once you go global. So you're thinking in your way, what are my strengths? What do I have that other people don't have? How can I complement what other people are doing? It can just be you thinking about businesses in the countries where you want to expand to. What do they have that I don't have? What can I complement? So the other day, somebody was looking for a product in Poland. They were looking for what they call it, the escargot. What was this in English now? I forgot it. Snails, right? And then I went on the Facebook group and I said, please, I'm looking for snails, whatever. The first person I contacted, I said, please, can you send me one bag of snails? The guy said, shipping. Now, wow, how is that possible? I'm like, I'm even asking for one bag. They might even need a container load. The guy did not see the possibilities of his snails going overseas. Meanwhile, in Poland, they are looking for it like a bad habit. Yeah, I'm giving you things that people are needing now. So I'm strategically, intentionally giving these examples. So if you're an agri-tech producer right now, you can go global. You don't have to be selling your snail with people that will be pricing you in the market and say, only 20 pieces for 2,000. I beg, this thing too expensive. Forgive me that I'm speaking pidgin English, because I need to, speak in the language that you can understand. Thank God, people like Flutterways, people like Paystack, people like Bankly, they are now shutting people up their mouth to show you that, look, we can be local, so we are building locally, but we're thinking globally. And that's how every African business should be thinking. The other day, the president of Ghana says, you know what, Swiss, we're no more giving you guys our cocoa again. You people now will be producing our cocoa in our country. You come and be buying chocolate from us. That's what it means to go global and to think locally. Before, Swiss will go to our Ghana there, they will pack all the cocoa as if it's their own. They'll now do Swiss chocolate. They'll write Swiss chocolate as if they are the owner of the chocolate. We will not be buying chocolate $5, €5, €10, €20. Even people from Ghana, when they want to buy, they'll buy it €20 and they'll still pay tax on top. Ghana president said, you know what? Okay, no more. So do you know, as the tables are being flipped right now, okay, in this new economy, you can see how much the economy of Ghana is going to increase like a bad habit just from that decision alone. Because guess what? Those people are already used to eating chocolates, you know, so they don't have a choice now. They will not be buying Ghanaian chocolate. Maybe we'll now have our name, coffee chocolate, Annan chocolate, or whatever as the case may be. So this is how you're thinking about your brand. You're looking at what does the audience need that I can bring value to. Your unique selling proposition, your strengths, your values, and what they need. So this is how you're able to think of what you're doing. I hope that I've been able to, you know, throw light to all of these things. And I'll just leave the place open for any questions that you have. I came late and it would be nice to take your questions at this time. Hello. Do we have any questions? Please, if you have questions, you can ask me questions and then be specific so that I can answer your questions specifically. Hello. Okay, so somebody's asking, I don't know if Liberty, are you there? Somebody's saying what the audience needs and how can I build value? What does the audience need and how can I build value? Okay, so you're asking that. Okay, so when you say thank you for the value, you're welcome. Hi.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, man. Thank you. I mean, I guess this is the reason why they didn't want you to come and give us this fire. But the devil is a liar, and we've gotten so much value. Thank you so much, man. Thank you for you giving. It's basically your mindset. If you can believe it, you can. I mean, it's who we are. Or when you see people out there that have achieved so many things, those people are there because they position their mind and they believe that it will be there, right? And you can't grow beyond your mental capacity, or you can't grow beyond your beliefs, right? So thank you so much for the extreme value. So let's quickly check if we have a question: what the audience needs and how can I build value? Okay. Let's see if our speaker have an answer to that.
Okay, so when you say what the audience needs, that's where the research comes in. I told you the first thing you need to do is to research that market. When you research a market, let's just take it literally, okay? So Adeze, let's say you're thinking in your mind, you're looking at all the skills. Look at all the speakers who have spoken. They told you that in order for you to develop a product, you would have been looking at things that you love to really do. Yeah. So you look at it and you say, okay, you know what? I want to be, let's say, for instance, I want to be a digital marketer. How do I know that people will need digital marketing? And you're thinking about it globally. You're going to have to look, let's say in America. Let's say you like America. You look in America. What is the 3 things that they don't have in America? In America, the average person is not techie savvy. They didn't go to school. Trust me, they are not very learned. So you put it there. Most of them are not computer literate, so they don't know how to handle the computer. That's one problem that they have. Secondly, the Americans, they like fast. They don't want to waste their time. This is why a lot of people target that market. So they want it quick. Americans will prefer to, instead of them to do something by themselves, they'll pay somebody. So put it there that, they don't want to go through the process. They want to do this. Then you put the third one. Now you provide solutions. So me, I'm there in Africa. I'm not doing anything. My night time is their morning time. So I can serve them. Now, this is how you create value. You bring out the content, put out yourself there. Remember, I told you have to stop consuming and start creating. Create content on any of the social platforms. I don't want to go into digital marketing because I know that that's for somebody else to talk about, but just to touch on it, you're putting yourself on the platforms. You have to have a presence there, but you have to choose which platforms will work better for you. But you must be omnipresent. You must be omnipresent in this era. So don't let anybody tell you, oh, you have to choose one. And like everybody already said, your social media platforms are just your shop. Your main website or your landing page or your funnel page is where you actually read. I actually forgot to say the most important thing for all of these things, but let me answer your question. So this is how you start to put out content there. You're putting out the content. People are getting to know what you're doing. People are watching. You think they don't see you. Only one person, they see you. And from there, they start saying, oh, this one not is done to motivational speaker. Charlie is not a good girl. Oh. This one is not. Before you know it, they will not call, hey, do you not have a problem? One day you'll write something, you'll say, hey, Martina, just let me ask you, Adeze, how do you do this, do this, this? From there, you have become a global brand that people are coming to. Okay? But just so you know, amongst all of the things that I've said, one of the most important things that you must understand for building yourself globally, okay, is to actually put an automation system to your business. I did not mention that because I'm looking at the time and I'm looking that it's 1 minute up. That's why I didn't mention it, but it's actually the most important thing. If you are a business owner right now on the planet and you haven't started automating your business, then you are not becoming global, because that's the fastest way for people to see you globally. You are selling book. Don't worry, Charlie, you don't have to sell your book one to everybody and start looking for your church members to buy your book. Automate it. Put it on the platforms, and platforms will send it there. 10,000 people will come to you in one time. This is how you can go global. This is the new way of going global that I did not mention. Okay, automation is the new way to be global, and that's what you need to do. Adeze, I hope I answered your question.
Thank you. I'm sure you've answered. In fact, you have answered all our questions. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, I wish I can take all of these questions. There's so many questions popping up. There's so many questions, but I'm sorry we do not have the time, right? So, quickly, Ma, how can we reach you, right? Let's say someone wants to get in touch with you, or do you have something to offer us or something? How can we reach you?
Okay, so you can find me from my name, martinamartins.com. It's very easy. Everything that I do is on Martina Martins. So you're going to see, if you want to have an automation for your business, I show you how to do it, your sales funnel, all of those kind of things. If you want a better life, okay, because going global and because some people say, my life is not so good. You want a better life? I'm helping Africans, at least 1% of them get a better life. So whether you wanted to travel overseas or you just want to position yourself as a global brand, I'm able to help you do that. So I have my free webinar. You can watch it there. And I show you. So when you go to the webinar, you see that it's automated. Automation is you are sleeping, money is coming for you. So just so you know, from the free webinar, you're going to pay for something if you're interested, but it's not a must, right? That's what automation is all about. So this is where you can find me. Find me from Martina Martins, or you can check on the different funnels that I have. Everything about me is on the platform. Then,
Amazing.
for the giveaway, there is somebody that I really want to comment. I've seen his consistency in the whole 3 days journey. That particular person I'm going to actually give the money to. And then, Mr. Liberty, you can choose the other 2 people that will get the other 2 gifts that I will give. Okay.
Beautiful,
So 20,000 naira, the one person that I really want to comment will be Humphrey Eze. Humphrey Eze, I don't know you from anywhere, but I know you're going to be very successful because you are following up well. Yeah. So please contact me and I'll give you your 20,000 naira cash. The other 2 gifts will be, one will be a free package, to teach you how to be a digital marketer or to position yourself as a global brand. And the last gift will be a very lovely French perfume and a French wine directly shipped to the next person. So you choose who those 2 people will be.
Beautiful. Thank you. I'm sure by the end of the program, we'll select the most active ones and they'll be the ones to win those. I will have gifts, right? Free website for 3 people. And Humphrey has gotten 20K. We even had him on our list, right? So he's been very active. He's an amazing man. So thank you so much, man. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
If you need to reach out to her, go to martinandmartins.com. Look for her on Instagram. Follow her. She has, I don't even need to tell you that she has value. So, right. So just go to our website and follow her. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. And thank everyone for watching. Thank you.
All right. Hello, amazing people. Let's see Humphrey. Is he here? If you're not here, we'll take back the money. Amazing. Beautiful. Don't worry, Humphrey. Just send a message. Go to Instagram, right? Search for Citraks Solution and send us a message, right? Send us a message. Citraks Solution on Instagram. Send us a message. I will direct your queries to our Miss Martina. So, guys, we have the next speaker in the studio already. He's already waiting. His name is Fee Steven. I'm sure most of you know him. He's a man on fire. He's into digital. He's going to be talking about profitable brand digital positioning for the new economy. You don't want to miss this. He's here. We'll be with him in a while, and shortly.
Fee Michael Steven is a digital marketing consultant. As a Google certified digital marketer, Fee Steven helps brands within and outside Africa build digital assets, strategies, and marketing campaigns for peak profitability. This way, he lives out his passion to enable African businesses maximize digital tools and platforms. Fee is one of the few Facebook certified digital marketing associates in the West Africa. He is also a certified social media marketing strategist by the HubSpot Academy. Fee is a certified British project management professional, that is a BPMP 1 and 2, and a SMEDAN certified business development service provider. He believes that digital tools can help people and businesses become more productive and profitable. That is why over the last 12 months, he has trained over 2,000 people on digital marketing, digital product creation, brand and digital productivity, with over 6 years experience under his belt. Fee has developed skills in expert digital marketing, leadership, web development, goal setting, financial management, project management, business growth, and technical consultation. He is an alumnus of the Digital Entrepreneur from the Facebook Nigeria sponsored Faith Foundation AEP program. He is also an alumnus of the Entrepreneurship and Business Finance from Kaduna Business School, a beneficiary of the Facebook Developer Circle Scholarship and the Udacity Mobile Web Specialist Scholarship. Fee identifies with the 8 Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations to create decent work and economic growth. He is a project lead at Elisha Mama International, an organization committed to leading and inspiring young people around the globe towards intentional living. Through his platform, The Winning Mindset, as leaders of the Winning Mindset team, Fee coordinates one of the fastest growing personal development platforms in northern Nigeria. He is mentored by its founder Elisha Mama, a John C. Maxwell certified leadership coach with years of experience in transformation leadership. In May 2020, Fee continued his growth journey as a beneficiary of the Harvard Business School online scholarship. Give it up for Fee Michael Steven, the digital marketing consultant.
Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Fee,
Thank you.
the digital marketer. These are the people that you need in your life. In this digital age, it's no longer physical. We don't need the physical. We're in digital, right? And if you need to progress with us, you need to have people like this in your life, right? So he's going to be talking about digital brand, how to position your digital brand, right, successfully in new economy. I'm sorry we've taken your time. I'll just leave the floor for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Liberty. It's amazing to be here. Hello, everyone. Good evening. It's great to be here. It's great to be speaking with all of you. Those watching from within and outside Nigeria. Those watching from the several places you're watching from, joining in from. I am excited that you are here, that you're live right now with us. The next few minutes are very important because of the things I am going to be sharing. Now, listen to me, right? There's such a thing as the brevity of time. Did you get that? there's such a thing as the brevity of time. But before I just go into that, let me just say hi to some of you that are here. Thank you, Liberty, for this opportunity. It's amazing to be live and to share with your audience. I can see Precious Greg. It's good to have you. I can see Bello, Kairat, AJ Praise, Ada is a favor, Victory Maxine. I can see Pastor Ike Chris. I can see Cletus. Hello, Cletus. Great to have you here. How are you? I can see Cletus. I can see Creative Expressions. Hello, Dennis. Amazing, amazing people. Victor Maxon. Great to have you here. So now let me go back to what I was saying. There's such a thing as the brevity of time. Brevity means shortness, means limited supply, right? So there's such a thing as the brevity of time. If you do not yet understand the brevity of time, it is possible that you can waste your time on things that for lack of a better word, I would call foolish, for lack of a better word. No one that there is part of scriptures, right, that says that teach us to number our days so that we can apply our hearts towards wisdom. There's something that knowing that your days are numbered does to you. It allows you to start thinking wisely, start thinking in a way that is wisdom oriented. And I know why I'm starting with this. I know I'm talking about digital positioning and brand and digital economy and everything, right? But the reason why I'm starting with this is because no matter what we say right now, no matter what Martina says, Edgerin session was amazing. I learned a lot. I was in Martina's session for a while. I had to travel today. I just got into Abuja. I have a training to facilitate for a company in Abuja, so I'll be here for some days, right? But then, no matter the things that we say from all the sessions I'm able to jump into, there's still a part of you, not a part of you per se, but an influence that is trying to keep you down, that will give you the impression that you have time. And so there's a high chance for you to procrastinate on anything I'm about to say. So what I'm about to say is not as important as me telling you that there is the brevity of time. That means if I am going to share the things I'm about to share tonight with you, I want you to take it not with a pinch of salt. Take it knowing that time is going. In fact, if you're here right now and you have that, although there are schools of thoughts, there are people that would say, okay, you can start at any time, and they're not saying anything that is bad, anything that is false, right? It depends on what you believe, right? But listen, time is measured, and no matter how good you are, no matter how great you are, there are some things that may never be possible again at some certain time. Okay, I'm gradually going through applications, and I'm seeing things like from 18 to 24, from this to that, from that to that. I'm already 24. I'll be 25 in December. So that means even as young as I started, because I started a while ago, right? I started about 4 years ago, thereabouts, right? And at that then I was still 20, I think. I was about 20 when I started. And at that then I was like a young, upcoming this and that. But time is going. Time is going. And I'm saying this for someone, right? So that you can understand why this is important. All right. Did you get that? Now that you know that, I'm going to teach you something that allows you to leverage time in your brand digital positioning. I'll tell you something that happened on Friday. Was it Friday now? Saturday? No, Saturday. That was yesterday. Now, yesterday, I had an interview. It was going to be an interview with a particular organization. I don't know if I have the permission to mention their name, so I won't do that, right? Not an interview for a job per se, an interview for a particular associate membership, right? To be certified as a business development service provider. But that's by the way. Now, something happened during that interview, right? I found out that there are some things that we talked about that I wouldn't have been able to say anything about if I did not start at the time I started. I was going ahead to talk about things I have done 3 years ago, things I've done 2 years back, things I've done 4 years back. Those were the things that are able to bring me to where I am right now. That's backlog. That's it's called the track record, things you've done before. Now, the way to leverage the brevity of time is the first thing I'll teach today. And then I'll go into brand digital position. Are you ready for that? Okay, are you ready for that? Are you ready? If you're ready, go ahead and say, I am ready. If there's someone that you need to be here, there's someone that you know that this session will benefit, go ahead and invite the person, bring the person on, make sure that the person is there. But just listen. There's what is called the system of progressive leverage. So I should write that down. The system of progressive leverage. The system of progressive leverage. Are you not surprised when you hear of some companies? How many of you know the year that Zoom was founded? Zoom, for example. Can someone check it and go and put it in comment box for me? I'll continue, but someone can do that for me. Check the year that Zoom was founded and put it in comment box for me. Now, there's a system called the system of progressive leverage. If you understand the system, okay, it becomes easy for you to use time knowing that it is short. Let me explain what it means. The system of progressive leverage means that, okay, your tomorrow, or rather how successful you will be tomorrow, depending on what you're doing with today. Let me explain that in a more expatiated way, right? Now, this is it. It is built on what is called the Matthew effect. Have you not discovered that most times it is people that can afford things that things are done for free? Have you noticed that? It is people that can afford things that things are done for free. I'm currently in Abuja. My movement down here was covered. My accommodation will be covered, feeding covered, everything covered. Can't I afford it? I can't, 100%. In fact, it seems like the higher you get, the more you can afford things, the more things are done for you for free. It doesn't seem fair. The people that need the money, they're not having it. But the people that do not even need it, you see someone coming to buy a pen and wrap it and give someone that is worth millions of dollars. Why are you giving him a pen as a gift? Now, that is obeying a particular law. And this is the law. The law is that to him that has, even more will be added. But to him that has not, even what he has will be taken away. Okay, someone just gave me the year Zoom was founded, 2011. Now, truthfully, when did you know about Zoom? Zoom was founded in 2011, but when did you start knowing about it? Truthfully, there are some of you that have never known about Zoom till last year, till the pandemic started. But whatever they did in the pandemic came from what they have done before. But I'll come back to that. Matthew effect is a law. It came from a particular story, right, in the Bible, where a master was about to go. Let me check my time so I don't tell too much stories, and then we will talk about digital policy. I just want to help someone here because, see, I can go ahead and talk about these things, and there will just be things you've heard before, and you will not really move. I'm trying to help someone move. Is that okay? Am I permitted to help you move? Okay, so now this is it. So the master was going to go, and then he gave talents to his servants. Okay, gave someone 5, gave someone 2, gave someone 1, gave someone 3, gave someone 1, right? And the person that had 5 worked with his talents, and then was able to get 5 more. The person that had 3 worked on it and was able to get 3 more, made it 6. The person that had 1 said, "No, why will you give me 1?" This wicked man. And then he carried that 1 talent. He dug the ground, just like some of you are doing now. He dug the ground. Said, no. This man is very wicked. He dug the ground and he buried that talent and waited for the master to come back. And the master came. And the person said, "Okay, you gave me 5, I have 5 more." The second person said, "You gave me 3, I have 3 more, it's now 6." And then thank you, Sunday Oko. Then the last person says, "You gave me 1, but I know you are a wicked man. You reap where you've not sown. So I went and I buried that talent." And the master said something, right? He said that, "Since you know that I'm wicked, why did you not at least, that means this is the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario is that you take that talent and go and give to the people in the bank. Let them keep it for you that it may have interest." Worst case scenario. Worst case scenario is that you take your talent, who you are, okay? Now, if I say it this way, it sounds somehow, but let me just explain more. You take who you are, you take your skill, you take everything, and then you give it to other people to manage. Worst case scenario is that you are giving other people what was given to you so that they can manage it and make interest with you, or rather with what you have with your entire person, right? Instead of you to work on it yourself. But that's worst case scenario. But then he said something. He said that they should take that 1 talent from the person that had 1 and then give it to the person that had 5, not the person that had 3 or rather had 6, right? They took it to the person that had 5. Why is that? Why did they give it to the person that had 5? And then he explained, he made a statement. He said that because to him that has, even more will be added. Now listen, and then there's the second part. He says, to him that has not, even what he has will be taken away from him. Do you get that statement? To him that has, even more will be added. But then that's okay. We understand part. But the second part, do you understand the second part very well? To him that has not, even what he has will be taken away from him. That means the person thinks he has not, but the person that gave you knows that you have something. What does that mean? It means there is nobody that has nothing. So him that has not, what he has, how can you have something when you have not? Think just about that. To him that has not, what he has will be taken. That means it is not really that anybody has nothing. It is just that some people do not know what they have. And that is the same thing that is happening even right now. That's the same reason why many people cannot even position themselves for the new economy, because there's a belief that you have not. You are thinking that you have not. There are some people here in this live session that are saying that if I had something, I would have been positioned for the global economy. There is nobody that has nothing. Nobody. So for him that has not, even what he has, that means you always have something. So what you have is taken away from you and given to the people that already know what they have. Now, how do you use that to your advantage? It means that you can use what I call the system of progressive leverage. That means what you have right now, you leverage on it, and then it grows, and then you leverage on the next thing, and it grows, and you leverage. It's a progress. So there was a time when I practically did not have any certification. In fact, my first Facebook certification came last year. Okay, but then I leveraged on free courses. There was a time when the fee you see right now, the thought leader fee you see right now, would be up at night. Why? Because data was expensive. Data is relatively cheap now. The time that with 1,000 naira you get just, I think, 100 MB, I think, or 500 MB, it's a while ago. So what I did, or what I used to do back then, the same fee that is fee right now, what I did back then was I would go ahead and I would do cheaper night plans. How many of you stayed up at night? So of you, it's only night calls you did those days. How are those relationships going? Okay, you did night calls from 12 to 4. Man, we did things back then. So from 12 to 4, you're making call with just one person. It's amazing. Love is beautiful. But that's by the way, right? But there's night plans that I used to do back then, because with 100 naira, I can get like 500 megabytes of data thereabout. So I use the nights to watch YouTube videos, to grow myself, to learn. I would download videos. I would watch as many as I can at night, and then I'll stay up till when maybe the data exhausts or the time is out. And then I'll wake up the next morning and life continues. That was then. That was when I had not. In the time when I did not have, I still had 100 naira to subscribe in the night. In the time when I did not have, I still had the willpower to think of what I can do for myself to grow. So even when you have not, you have something. So what do you have? Now, this will also shift us towards where I'm going. Okay. Now, the next thing I need to know, I'll still talk about the Matthew effect when I want to start it's already 7:21. Oh my God, God help us. Now, when I want to start the major step-by-step formula, please don't go anywhere. The major step-by-step formula for digital position, I'll go through that. But the next thing I want you to know is that your customers do not buy, they choose. You get that? In this current economy, your customers do not buy, they choose. I'll explain. There's practically nothing that there's no other person that has a version of it. Yes, think about it. If you look at milk, for example, there's peak milk, there's cowbell, there's what are the other ones? Like I use peak a lot, so I don't really know much of this. There's there's one in my head, lacto rich, I think, and then some other versions. There are several versions, 3 crowns, several versions of the same thing. There are several versions of practically any product you can think of, even your own product. If you want to take a course on Facebook ads, for example, you see a course of 500 naira, you see a course of 1,000 naira, you see a course of 25,000 naira, you see a course of 100,000 naira, you see a course of 500,000 naira. See, everybody, everything, practically everything you can think about has options. So your customers, in fact, customers these days do not buy, they choose. Once you understand this, you know what to do next. Customers do not buy, they choose. So knowing this, what you have to do is you have to make yourself the best and the most obvious choice. You have to make yourself the best and the most obvious choice. Remember, I didn't just say best. I say best and most obvious. That's because, and by most obvious, I mean the most visible, the most seen. Okay, the most seen, the one that is out there. You need to compose really. Because see, this is a system of choosing. There will always come a time when they will think it's either this person or this person, is that this product or this product. So what you need to do is you have to be in a point where you are moving towards adding up advantages for yourself, for your business. This is how you start getting positioned, right? You are making yourself the best choice and the most obvious choice. It's not just by going ahead to run ads, right? That is a part of the process. Okay. But then how do you make yourself the best and the most obvious choice? There are several things you need to do. I won't go into learning without permission right now. That's by the way. I won't talk about this in this session, right? I have a boot camp on that, a 3 days boot camp I did on that. You can buy the replay if you're interested in learning how to learn, but that's not an issue, right? The major thing that I will talk about at this beginning point is the fact that becoming the best, okay, becoming someone that can show mastery in what you want to be positioned for is necessary if you want to be chosen. Customers are choosing. In fact, every single day there's a choice happening. Every day there are people that are choosing someone that is not you. There are people that are choosing, they need what you have to offer, but they are not choosing you. And by the way, there's a definition I give to potential customers, right? Your potential customers are the people that need your solution and have the financial capacity to purchase it. Those are your potential customers. You may have followers, you may have people that like your brand, you may have people that like the way you wear turtleneck, right? You may have people that just love your complexion and things like that. Those are, and it's fine to have that, right? It's okay to have that. But your potential customers are people that need your solution, number one, and then they have the financial capacity to purchase it. Those are your potential customers. And these are the people that do the choosing. These are people that do the choosing. Now that you know that customers are always choosing, what do? Your goal is to bring yourself up to a point where, number one, you are among the options. That's the first thing. Some of you right now, you are not even an option. And that is fine for a start. It is not fine after this session. If after this session you don't make yourself an option, it is no more fine. That's why you're here, to learn how to make yourself an option. Okay? So the first step is to make yourself one of the options. Customers are always choosing. So do I have a second pen here? I don't know if I don't have a second pen. Okay, but I think I have my routers here. These are infrastructure. So now this is an Airtel router, right? This is an Airtel router. This is a Glow router. This is an MTN router. Of course, I have to be prepared. This is the digital economy. I can't come here and be doing network this, network that. So these are 3 different routers. Now, there are reasons why you will choose any of these. There are reasons why you choose any of these. But then it is possible that you can be a MiFi, right? I call them routers, they're MiFis. You can be a MiFi, but you're not even among the choice. For example, if I am in a place like Kaduna State, for example, right? Where I'm based, right? There are some MiFi choices that I can't consider because the network connection is not even there. That's how it is. So what is the first step? Making yourself an option. That's the first step. The second step is to make yourself the best option. Now, we have this mindset, and I want to take care of that right now. We have this mindset that because someone is already at the top in a field, that means you cannot get there yourself. You cannot be the best. No. See, being the best is a possibility for everybody. There are some niches, there are some things there are some industries or things like that people are already so excellent at. People are already so good at. There are names that are already there. And because the names are already there, you start feeling as though it is not possible for you to get to that height. It is possible. Do you know why? Because the people that are there right now did not start there. They started from a point. The fact that they are there is not a sign that you cannot be there. In fact, it is an encouragement that you can be there. So how do you make yourself the best option? And I'll tell you why this is important. Listen to me. The best people are not always available. The best people are not always available. And once the best people are not available, they'll start looking for who else. See, the first stage, or one of the stages of being the best is, first of all, being one of the who else. So if they need ads, for example, if someone needs to run ads, for example, and I am not available, or my pricing is too high, for example, are you the other person they can look at because of how much you brought yourself to be one of the options? They even think about you. Are you part of the mix? Are you part of the formula? Whatever it is you choose, it is you choose, right? You must decide that you are going to go to what is called mastery, whatever you choose. Okay, but let me go ahead. Let me just go ahead. This is 729. I'm just giving tips step by step. Okay, just follow me. I've talked about progressive leverage. I've talked about the fact that customers don't buy, they choose. But now let's follow it. So how do you now make yourself both an option and the best choice? Are you following me? How do you make yourself, first of all, an option, then the best choice, so that you can be positioned? That's why position is important. Position is about putting yourself at a place, right, where you cannot be ignored. You must be seen. They must see you. They must know you. I can say it without any sense of doubt that before 2019, and that's just like 2 years ago, I don't think I had appeared in any serious flyer. Probably did 2018, I think, to come and speak. What do I want to speak? Who knows me? See, it's not because I wasn't growing. I was. Two things. First, my expertise had not got to that level. My experience, my consistency. People celebrate, people honor consistency. Seriously, they do. So, and then the track record that I talked about, stage by stage. So first, there's leverage. I talked about the market effect. Then the fact that customers don't buy, they choose. And then the fact that because they choose, your personal goal should be to bring yourself to a position where in this new economy, you will be one of those that will be chosen. How do you do that? How do you get to the point where you can position yourself in such a way that you will be one of the options and you would even be the chosen profitably in this new economy? I'll give you the steps. The first thing you need, and I don't know, I always spend much time when I'm talking about this first point because this is the point that has kept so many people down. And let me just mention it. The first thing you need for any kind of growth is structure. I cannot emphasize this enough. This is the part that people spend so much time on, and it is okay. It's understandable. You are, see, when you try to grow, when you try to be big, when you try to increase your influence, when you try to increase this may be one of the last places I'll talk about this, but let me just go ahead and say it, right? When you try to increase yourself, when you try to go global without a structure, you will be frustrated. I'm serious, you will. See, your structure is the first thing you need to settle. Okay, and when I talk about structure, there's some things I talk about under structure. The first thing under structure is who you are. Who are you exactly? You want to change lives, but you don't know who you are. You want to help people become better. You want to help businesses, but you've not really had a way of knowing who you are. Who you are has a way of helping you in so many things. So who you are is the first thing for structure. You need to learn that. Now, I'm not an expert in that. Self-discovery, things like that, you need to learn that. But who you are. And that is the first step, but that's not the only thing. The second thing is, what can you do? What can you do? That's also your structure. What can you do? And then how do you do it? So who you are, what you can do, and how you do it. So two people may be able to do something. For example, content creation, for example, design on Canva. Two people may be able to design on Canva, but the way they do it is different. It's separate. That brings up their uniqueness. That makes them better. That makes them basically different from each other in that way. So who you are, what you can do, and how you can do it. That is your structure. That's the foundation of your structure. But that's not all. That's the foundation, but that's not all. The next stage of that structure is getting that foundation to a place of visibility. And how do you do that? You have to create what is called a social media structure. A social media structure. The more clear you are about your structure, the easier it is to grow. If you're very clear that what you want to do in this life is you want to help people run ads more profitably, it is easy for you to grow. If you're clear that what you want to do is you want to help business owners with their accounting issues, it is easy for you to grow. If you know that you want to help entrepreneurs, small businesses with marketing, it is easy for you to grow. If you know that you want to help thought leaders, you want to help people gain wisdom in navigating life, you want to teach, you want to do things like that, it is easy for you to grow. You're clear about what it is you're setting out for. That is the foundation of your structure. Now that you're clear about that, you now have to create what is called a social media structure. And what is that? A social media structure is how you can, this structure that you've done back end, how you can bring it online. How do you do that? First of all, you need to have a bio, and by that I mean a description that truly clearly states the value you have to offer. So your bio, your profile picture, things like that. That first part of any profile, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, it must talk about your structure. That first part must clearly state your structure. Now, as I'm saying these things, what some of you should do is that you need to go back to your bio and then check if it truly talks about your structure. First of all, what's your structure? What do you want to do? What exactly do you want to offer? You have to edit these things. These are things you must do, like you can do immediately. You can ask for help. You can ask people to help you out with these things, right? These are things you can do immediately. You cannot gain global positioning without a structure. You cannot even grow without a structure. It's not possible. Okay, so the first thing is taking care of those bios, taking care of that first part. The next thing is your profile itself, your timeline, the things you've posted, the things you've shared, the things that you've gone ahead to talk about. Now, those things, you have to go back to your timeline and do what is called sanitization. You have to sanitize your timeline because there are some things you may have shared a long time ago that do not represent where you're going. It does not represent the place you're going to. It doesn't represent the brand you now seek to push forward. It doesn't represent the kind of person you say you are. And trust me, there are people that will go through the process of checking what you've done before, because like I said, your track record is important. Okay, so it's really important. These things are things that are so important that you can't ignore. So you have to sanitize your timeline. You have to go back and make sure that those things are clear. After sanitizing, the next thing you need to do is to go ahead and make posts, create content, and share them that represent your current brand, your current positioning. You have to go ahead and create and share content, valuable content, teachable content, right? That represent your current brand. See, some of you will do these things and you will find out that this thing is not rocket science. And as I talk about that, I think it's important I also state that do not expect all the accolades at the beginning, the likes, the comments, the shareability. No. Consistency compels results. Consistency compels results. Very important. Consistency compels results. So your structure is the first thing. I've talked about structure for a bit. Now, after your structure, after you've defined who you are and what you do and how you do it, the next thing you need to do, the next thing you need to have is your products. Your product, very important, a product or a service. Now, your product or your service is an excellently packaged version of the solution you have to offer. Do you get that? Your product or service is an excellently packaged version of the solution you have to offer. That means if you don't have any solution to offer, there is no point saying you want to have a product. What solution are you trying to offer to who? Your product should be an excellently packaged version of the solution you have to offer. That is what becomes your product. Now, there are people in affiliate marketing that sell other people's products, and that's also fine. That's a business model, right? But if you want to have your own product, it has to be an excellently packaged version of the solution you have to offer. Product or service. If you want to be positioned for the new economy has to do with things that relate with money. There is no way you will get paid, for just being valuable. Listen to me. How do I explain this? Because it is important that I make this thing very clear so that you understand. Value demands commendation. If you're a valuable person, people will commend you. People will say, wow, this guy is deep. Have you seen Fee speak before with his turtleneck? Oh my God, he's so good at what he does. And after they finish saying that, I'll carry my phone. This is my phone. I'll pick it up and I'll go through my alerts. I'll be like, but they said I am deep. But they said I have value. But they said this. How come it's not reflecting my bank balance? Being valuable would give you commendation. People will commend you. People will say, oh my God, this guy is so good. Have you seen the type of design that Helen does? Helen does amazing designs. I love her graphic designs. And after loving her designs, what next? That's commendation. But then if Helen now says, I want to teach people how to make amazing designs, that becomes a product or a service. If Helen now says, I design for people 5,000 naira per design, 10,000 naira, 20,000 naira per design, that becomes a service. You become profitable, or rather, you position yourself for profitability in the new economy when you create a product or a service. You need to have a product or a service. What you want to make money from the digital world, but what product or service do you have? That's the second thing. So I've talked about structure, I've talked about product. Now the next thing you need is your audience. I want to see if I can finish by 7:45 so that I can maybe take 1 or 2 questions and then I'll have to rush for other things. Okay. Now the next thing you need is your audience. Your audience is several people have flogged this. So I won't go so deep into that, but I'll just talk about it very quickly. All right. Now, you need to grow an audience, and there are ways to do this. Okay, you can go ahead and search for this. Maybe if I have time at the end, I'll talk about learning without permission, because that's something that has changed my life. Many of you are where you are right now because you have not yet learned how to learn. You don't know how to learn. So because you don't know how to learn, you are stuck. You're waiting for fee. You're waiting for liberty. You're waiting for Edgerin. You're waiting for John BT to come to your house and teach you these things. You're not able to extract from what already is. Maybe I'll talk about that later. Okay. Now, your audience are the people that are around your brand. People that are around your brand. People that need, or people that are affiliated with your solution. Everybody has his own audience. I have an audience. I have a group of people that are affiliated with my own solution. You have people that are affiliated with your solution. Now, the thing is, I do not want anybody here to think that he or she is not deserving of an audience. Do you know why? An audience is one of the, I'm trying to use a word that may not be too, that will not reduce the pressure on you. I want to use the word easy, but it's not so easy because of the process. But let me just say it. An audience is one of the easiest things to get. Truthfully, getting an audience it's quite easy. But your audience is always commensurate with two things. Your audience is always commensurate with two things. Number one, the needfulness of your solution. And number two, the publicity of your solution. The needfulness of your solution and the publicity of your solution. That's what your audience is. Because see, people like value. I spoke about a particular concept in is it integrated science or biology? I can't remember. A concept where every plant is able to move towards what he wants. To an extent, if you put a plant in a dark room, and a window is open, there's a window by my side, for example. If a window is open and light is coming from that window, the plant needs that light. How many of you know about photosynthesis? I know most of you have forgotten these things, and that's fine. Now, photosynthesis is a particular reaction that happens in plants that allow them to basically feed, if I should use that as a simple explanation. So plants need light for the process of photosynthesis. And because they need light, the leaves need to be exposed to that light. If not, they will die. Now, the plant knows it will die. So what does it do? The plant is able to tilt towards the source of light. It is called phototropism. They're called tropic movements. Plants are able to move. We believe there's only humans that are moving. No. Plants move. A plant is able to tilt towards light in a process called phototropism. That's because the plant needs the light. Now, as great as that example is, it is the same thing for every human being. Human beings are able to go towards what they need. if someone is not following you, it's one of two things. The person doesn't need what you're offering, or the person doesn't know about it. If the person knows about it, the person must move. The person knows about it and needs it, the person must move. So you get an audience through your solution and the visibility of your solution. And that's why the next point is actually visibility, sales, and marketing. So your audience is gotten by your visibility, your sales, and your marketing. Okay. So how visible you are. Let me just do a bit of a practical approach to the audience getting strategy, because I don't like the fact that some people just feel that some things are not possible for them. If you are still feeling that way, that's one of the things I want to end tonight. I do not want you to look at any reality and feel it is not possible for you. Now, there are some truths that must be said, right? There are some things that's because you started late. There are some things that may be far more difficult for you to get. There are some things that because of your current reality, your current location, your current exposure, your current relationships, it will be more difficult. But the fact that something is more difficult does not mean you shouldn't at least try to reach out. You may not get it exactly, but you will be in that process. You will be in that process. There are some things that truthfully you didn't start early. It is just what it is. But you have to be in that process. How far, what work are you doing? Are you saying that because I can't get this, you just go ahead and relax? No, that doesn't make sense. You should not do that. Because there's so much more. People are depending on you. Several people. That's if you're going to honor your destiny, right? That's when people will depend on you, right? Okay. Now, the next point is visibility. Okay, I'm taking this step by step. I'm actually really, really calm this evening. Very, very calm. I'm not shouting, I'm talking around. Now, visibility, sales, and marketing, these go together. Now that you have your structure, you have your product, you have an audience, a small audience, I can assume, you now need to grow that audience, grow your sales by visibility. How do you do that? Two major ways in the digital world is by organic advertising and paid advertising. Organic advertising and paid advertising. By organic advertising, what I mean is majorly content marketing. There are other ways, but content marketing is an amazing way for organic advertising where you use content to market. Now, do not expect to learn everything about content marketing from me right now. That is not possible. But do you know what is possible? It is possible that you hear that you need content marketing for organic advertising. You write it down in your book and you tell yourself that for the next 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, you will not bury the talent I just gave you. You will take it and you will study on it, you will learn it, and you will implement it. And 2 weeks down the line, 3 weeks down the line, you will chat me up and say, Fee, I tried using content marketing for my brand. These were the results. I'm not a person that will tell you that you should give me good results only. There are some things that you may do that may not give you the results you're expecting. I don't want positive feedback. I want feedback. So you let me know that this is what you did. These are the results. If you actually did it, do not stop burying things in the ground. Words are seeds. Words are powerful. They are seeds. Do not bury them. There's a difference between burying and planting. There's a difference between burying and planting. You bury what is dead. You plant what you expect to grow. I didn't even think I'll talk about this tonight, but let me just move on, okay? If I start going into that, it would be to take so much time. So visibility, sales, and marketing. All right, let's go back to digital tools. Visibility, sales, and marketing. So how do you become visible? So I've talked about the organic way, that's content marketing. Then the next thing to talk about is the inorganic way, that's using paid advertising. So you need to learn things like Facebook ads, you need to learn Instagram ads, you need to learn Facebook and Instagram go together, you need to learn LinkedIn, Twitter ads, Google ads. Very important. Go ahead and learn these things. You can start with Facebook ads. That's one of the easiest to learn. Okay, Google ads is also quite easy, but you can just start with Facebook ads. Okay, learn how to grow inorganically, paid advertising. There are some heights that you may not be able to get to if you do not know how to leverage paid advertising. Yes. Positioning is something that you need to, strive for with everything you have, your money included. You want to be positioned at a high place, you need to be able to put your money there. Put your money where your mouth is. Very important. So visibility, learn how to sell. Marketing, learn how to market the products that you have. Very important. Now, the last point I'll talk about tonight, I want to finish at 7:45, but this is already 7:48. Let's see how we can do. Last point I'll talk about tonight is, oh, okay. All right, great. Okay, I just saw a message on WhatsApp that is very relieving. Okay, that can take a little bit more time. So now this is it. The last point I'll talk about tonight, even though I will try and expand on it a bit, and then we talk about some other things I hinted on so that we can have a clearer picture and then we can move. Okay. Last point I'll talk about tonight is management. Management, very important. Now, this is it. As great as your structure can be, your product, your audience, your visibility, your sales, your marketing, you can have several sales, but then if you do not know how to manage, if your management is not good, your ability to manage the things that you're doing, okay, the sales you're making, the money you're having, you will find out that the things you're doing is not able to grow. It is management that grow things. Your ability to manage digitally. These are positioning tips, right? When you get attention, for example, when you start getting the likes, when you start getting the comments, when you start getting the invites, how do you manage it? How do you perform? When you start getting the clients here and there, you have your products now, you have an audience now. When they buy your products, you now have money. How do you manage it? What do you do with it? Management is what you are doing with what you have. You cannot manage what you don't have. You get that? So management is what you're doing, what you have. So now you have a product, you have an audience, you have some sales, you have money. What do you do with what you have? That is management. And although this may not be a very pronounced way for digital positioning, it is very important, because as good as it is to be high, it is better to stay high than to get high. Now, and by high, I mean position right now. Before is these things. If you're listening to me audio now, you don't know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about positioning. Please, my hands have been explained. Okay, so this is it. It's better for you to stay in a high position, okay, than to just get there. There's a concept called staying relevant, not just getting relevant. It is management that allows you to stay. It is management that allows you to grow. Management, what you're doing with what you have. Now, these are some things that you can do to have what is called a profitable brand. Your brand cannot be profitable without a product. Your brand cannot be profitably positioned, okay, without an audience, without visibility, without management. There is no way it can happen. So these are steps you can do. Now, what you can do right now is to see which of the steps you need to start from. Maybe some of you already have a structure. What do you need to do next? You need to start thinking, what product or service? Make sure it is clear. Don't create a vague product or a vague service. Tell people what you can help them do. I can help you create amazing designs for your business. Full stop. I help you create great designs for your business. Price 10,000 naira. That is it. That is all. That is your service, for example. Your product can be a book, it can be a course, it can be this. People have talked about this product, so I don't have to go into details to that, right? You need to have these things clarified. The clearer they are, the better. This is how you start asking for your own position. Okay. Now, there are some other tips that I did not include here, especially under visibility, that I'll just talk about because they gave me extra time, right? Under visibility, there's what is called brand association. Brand association. There's what is called brand association. There's an example I wanted to use, right? But I'll just skip that. I'll just skip that example. Let me just go straight to the point. Now, brand association is your ability to be visibly around the people that you want to be like. And by the way, if you don't have anybody you want to be like here, that's already an issue. I don't know what the issue is. I don't know if it's esteem or if it's just blindness or something, but it's an issue. Do you know why? Relationships, okay, is a time redemption system. Your relationships are a time redemption system. So when you talk about visibility, there are levels of visibility you can get to if you can have a relationship with a brand. So you want to be like someone. You read the person's post, it's valuable. You know it's valuable. You do not like, you do not comment, you don't do anything. The person does a course of 5,000 naira, you don't do anything, you don't pay for it. The person does a course of 25,000 naira, you don't pay for it. 100,000 naira, you say that one is too expensive. The ones that were cheaper, you don't do anything. You're not making any move to be close to that person, and you want to be visible. You want to be like the person. You want to grow like the person. It doesn't work that way. Visibility can be hacked using brand association. And do you know why? Brand association puts a certain kind of healthy pressure on you. I talk about healthy pressure a lot because we're at a time when it's easy to say, take it easy, do things at your time. And while those are very valid points, you have to know where you're coming from and where you're going. When you're listening to things, powerful quotes, deep quotes, and the rest, always remember where you're coming from and where you're going. Not everybody needs to put in the amount of work that you need to put in. Not everybody. See, the kind of practice, the kind of the efforts, the training that you need to put in if you are going to run a marathon for your university is different from what you need to put in for the Olympics. So you have to choose in your head, what are you going for? Are you going for your university marathon or are you going for the Olympics? By yourself, you have to know this. That shows you the effort you need to put in. Don't say after this other person. No. This life is per head, one person at a time. So as you position your brand, you know that it is definitely going to cost you something. And I think that's where I'm going to end because we're approaching 8 o'clock, right? There's something I always say, and in practically all my sessions, right? I say that growth will cost you, but not growing will cost you more. Growth will cost you, but not growing will cost you more. If you want to grow right now, I kid you not, it will cost you time, it will cost you energy, it will cost you money. That money part, some of you are still holding to money. It will cost you these things. But then if you do not grow, I can guarantee you that in 5 years, 10 years time from now, when your children are looking at you and asking you questions, the cost of growth at that time will be more than the cost right now. So you have to make that decision to grow. Growth will cost you, but not growing will cost you more. So you have to look back and see, what are the things I need to do right now? What price do I need to pay? What do I need to do at the moment about my structure, about my product, about my audience, my visibility, about my management? These are things you have to put into consideration as you move forward. And one thing I always recommend as a starting point is learning without permission. Learning without permission. This is a statement I coined myself. Learning without permission. What do I mean by learning without permission? Learning without permission is your ability to go above and beyond everything you can be taught by one person. Your ability to go above and beyond everything that you can be taught by one person. Everything. That means no matter what I teach you right now, you can go through your notes and then you can check, okay, he mentioned Facebook ads. How can I learn how to run Facebook ads? Okay, he mentioned structure. What do I need to do for my structure? Can I ask a question? Can I do something? He mentioned products. How do I know how to create a product? That is you learning without permission. There are some of you right now that would say, okay, I want to be a graphic designer, but Liberty is very good at graphic design, but he doesn't have time. I've been telling him since, please mentor me, please mentor me. If only Liberty can mentor me, I'm going to be a good graphic designer. That is not true. There are some resources that are available to you. For a start, you can start from there. So growth will cost you, and not growing will cost you more. Do you get value from today's session? If you got value, go ahead and let me know that you got value. But thank you so much for being a part of the session tonight. As much as I would have loved to extend, right, I have to get into something else very soon. Several programs are back to back for me. Like I said, I'm in Abuja at the moment, so I have to just finish up some other things. But I hope you got value. I can see some comments already. Hello, Liberty. Great to see you back on the screen. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Michael. Thank you so much. You've given,
Thank you.
you've broken everything down, right? From brand visibility, from growth, right? From you learning and understanding what you want for yourself, and so many things which I can't keep going through. But I think one of the most important part, something very that I see that a lot of people struggle with is there's this tension that I just want to be there, but people are not willing to go through due process. right? And when you ask them why is this, there's so much complaint. Like they are like a box of complaint, right? There's no, the government is bad, and the internet is bad. There's this and that. But if you continue to complain about all this, he made mention of you have to be an option, right? And he brought out several what's it called, dongles, right? And okay, so look at him, right? He's intentional about what he's doing, right? So how many networks or how many network providers you have? So you have MTN. MTN is gone, and that is it. You don't have any other option. You're complaining that the system is bad and all of that. So thank you so much. So much value.
Okay.
Quickly, let's check the comment section to see if we have questions for Mr. Fee. Thank you, sir. Fantastic. Tinyang Tikwe. I got value, Lilian. Okay, I got massive. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you. I got more value. Fantastic. If you have a question, please just ask in the comment section. In brand, okay, I think we have one. Humphrey, is it in brand? Humphrey. Okay, now in brand association, what if that person you want to be like is dead? How do you? Oh,
Okay,
okay, the person
I
wants
think
to
I
be like is
understand the
dead.
question. Yeah, yeah. Okay, great. So,
Okay,
Humphrey, this is it, right? Now, this is it, right? When we talk about being like someone is not being the person. How do I explain this? Now, this is it, right? You are being like someone is not the same thing as being. If you want to be like Fee, it's not the same thing as being Fee. If you want to be Fee, you'll be frustrated. If I want to be Liberty, I will be frustrated. But I can be like him. Okay? Like is several things. Several things. Now, if the person you want to be like is dead, for example, like the example you're talking about, you do not have to associate your brand with the person. You don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. Okay. What you can do is to go back and study the person, what the person did while the person was alive. Go ahead and study the person. You can quote the person. We quote Albert Einstein and all those people. So yes, you can quote the person. You can use the person in quotes, stuff like that. That is fine. That's perfect. But you don't have to. What's the word? You don't have to totally associate yourself. You just have to learn from the person behind the scenes. Okay, and then go ahead and use what you've learned so far and implement it. Take action. Get results. You can quote the person. You can say you learned from him. That's it. That's how you can associate your brand with the person. Okay. I'm afraid I hope
amazing,
that helps.
amazing. Thank you,
Yeah.
thank you so much. Let's see. Two smart men on black. Okay, okay, thank you. So how do I find what I can build or start with as a beginner? Okay.
Okay. Philip. So the first thing I'll tell you is as a beginner, you must be more active behind the scenes than on the stage. That's the first thing I'll tell you. As a beginner, you must be able to put in more work behind the scenes than on the stage. That's the first thing. Now let me go to your question. So how do you find where you can build or start with as a beginner? Now, I don't know if there's a price for the replay, but I'd like to get Edrin's session. She talked about that. But let me just give you a hint, right, Philip? This is what you must do. If there is currently nothing you've started with, if there's currently nothing you're doing, okay, two options. Is there something that you currently love to do, you know how to do, that people are willing and able to pay you for? Is there something like that? If there is none, you have to look for the things, the problems that people are having that you can solve, even if it means you learning to solve it. It must not be your passion. It must not be what you're so extremely comfortable with for a start. So you have to learn it. You start to build as a beginner by learning, by aggressive learning. I want to talk a bit more about learning without permission, but I will not in this particular session. You need to learn how to learn. This is a big issue. You build by the more you learn and practice, right? That's how you build. So you choose one thing, okay, whatever it is, you make that your core. You learn that very well, and then you choose all the other things that support that one thing. I may be a digital marketer, but I learned public speaking. That's why I can be on the stage. I may be a digital marketer, but I learned, content creation. At the point, I had to learn photography. At the point, I had to learn a lot of things. I do not come out and say I'm a photographer, but if you give me a professional camera, I can take a beautiful picture. Nobody knows that. So why do you have to know? Doesn't concern you. But that's because there are several things. Every one thing you choose has several other things needed for that one thing to be successful. Whatever it is you choose. So you must be comfortable with learning. So what do you choose? What do you choose to build? How do you want to build it? How do you start it up? That is when once you can choose that one thing, you learn it to a point of mastery, you learn the other things that are associated with that thing for you to move forward. Is that what, Philip? I actually look forward to you building and starting. Please do not remain a beginner for too long. Okay, learn, but learn fast. Be aggressive at your beginning stages. Be very aggressive with your learning so that you can move on. Okay.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that. There's one important question here. It says, coming. So, Ada is a favor. Says that he or she manages a transport and logistic company. Structure in place. Okay, we have even done Facebook ad, but we don't have an audience that has decided to choose us. Okay, what do I do?
Okay.
I think
All right.
very
Hello, Favor. Great to have you in the session. Now, this is it. You say you have structures in place, and by that I believe you mean things like a website, things like your social media pages, and things like that. But you do not have an audience that's decided to choose. You've even run Facebook ads. Okay, now it's difficult for me to completely answer this question because to start with, I don't know how the ads you run were targets. I don't know your current level of expertise with that. The professional handle it for you. I'm not really sure of those things. But then I'll just talk about things you can do. Okay. Probably if you can give more information on the comment box, like I could at least you wouldn't have to spend 50,000 naira to consult with me. It's Liberty that is giving you this opportunity. So you can give more information and I'll just give you what to do. So yeah, so you might a transport logistics company. Now, truthfully, right? What you do is something that people need, or rather what you're managing is something that people need, especially at this time when there's lots of contactless things happening, people buying things online. I don't even know your location because several things can affect what's happening at the moment. Transport and logistics company is very location based. Do you do interstate? Is it just within a state? What do we do? Okay, otherwise what you would do is you can send me a mail, okay? hi@fiststeven.com. Just hi@fiststeven.com. Send me a mail. Just send me a mail that gives more information. I'll just shoot you back a mail back, and you have to thank Liberty. Very important. If you
Thank you
don't thank
so
him,
much.
you
Thank
don't
you.
get that reply.
Thank you so much. Thank you so
Okay.
much. Really appreciate that. Okay, I think one more question. There's a lot of questions here, but we might not be able to take all of them. So AJ Praise says, can a person niche down to time management in personal management? I think so. So let's hear from our speaker.
Okay, great. Okay, Praise. So you're asking if someone can niche down to time management in personal development. Yes, Praise, you can. But then this is it, right? Listen, Praise. What you should do, what I would recommend that you do is that if you have chosen time management to be something you want to really, really talk about, okay, you need to now think about how this particular niche or topic per se affects several sets of people. Do you know why? You can be training managers, time management, managers of big companies in 2 years. 2 years time, 1 year time, you can be invited to train big corporations on time management, right? But that is a function of how far you can see. Truthfully, that's a function of how far you can see. So when you know that that is where you're going to, international trainings on time management, things like that, you now have to double back and start asking yourself a question like, who has been an authority in this before now? And when it comes to time management, one of the biggest authorities so far has been Brian Tracy, for example. Brian Tracy has one of the most amazing books on time management I know. There may be other ones. It's That Frog is amazing. I mean, I'm sure you've read it. For you to want to go into time management, I believe so. Okay. Now, you have to consume practically everything. Those that are, see, you don't become an authority by eating little by little. Why are you keeping fit? You don't keep fit in personal development. You consume as much as possible. You consume as much as possible about that time management niche, and you start talking about it, start being visible about it. Organize a free training for, it could be a free, it could be paid. You can start with free, right? Just for visibility, for people to start knowing that when it comes to time management, how to manage time, your name starts becoming synonymous with it. You talk about it, you share about it, you everywhere you go, you help people. In fact, what I can recommend is that if you have a way or a step-by-step procedure where people can manage their time better, you can bring 10 or 20 people in a little group, no more than 10 or 20, very few people, and test it on those people. Okay, now the thing with some of these things, time management and things like, is that it is highly dependent on the people. And in fact, is an issue in major personal development niches, because you can bring people together, you can teach all of them the same thing, and then some of them will take action on it, just like what will happen immediately after this class. Some people would leave this class and go and eat a bar, right? Some other people will go ahead and take action, right? So it's a very simple thing. So many people can come together, but then it is just a few people that will take that action. But when they do, when your name starts getting known or synonymous with that, it becomes easier for you to be an authority or be a global brand. But you need to also start thinking of how you can monetize from the beginning. Okay, how you're going to monetize so that you don't get frustrated, because money is important. I will not deceive you. Money is important in this journey. I cannot even start to talk about how much I've spent in the first quarter of this year alone on personal development, not on food. I've spent several hundreds of thousands just on personal development. Okay, so money is important for you to grow. So start thinking monetization. You can do that by checking out models. There are some people that are already doing things on procrastination. I think they're deprocrastinator.co or something. Several people have done applications. There's no reason why you shouldn't have your app at a point, okay, on time management or things like that. So think about that, and I know you can work on that. All right.
Thank you so much. Thank you. One thing I would recommend, I don't know if you mentioned it, is
Okay.
Atomic Habit by James Clear, right? So
Awesome.
he really broke that down. So if if that's your niche, you could find a lot of valuable insights and information from there. So thank you so much, Mr. Fig. We really appreciate your presence here.
My pleasure.
The audience have enjoyed you. I mean, thank you so much, and we so much
My
appreciate it.
pleasure.
Okay, so have a good evening. Have a good night rest. Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
All right.
Hello, guys. Thank you so much for staying tuned. You guys, like I usually say, you guys are the real MVPs, right? This is you organize this for you, right? For the young entrepreneurs, for those in businesses already, right? And this is exactly because of you guys that we put this together, just to teach you for free. Experts have been, have come on board and they've given you valuable insight. Now, do you know the scene, right, that you could sing tonight or after this program? It's you taking all of this information, right, all of these insights, all of these values, and just doing nothing with it. It would then be a waste of time, right? Last year, John Obidi organized the monetized summit, right? A lot of people attended, right? It's not about the number of people that attend, but it's about the number of people that actually take action, right? So from the monetization, people were saying fire, this, that, Rema, value, and all of that. While some people were taking notes, I mean, I was one of them. Was throughout the summit, I was there. I was taking note. I was taking note of some things he was saying, and I was putting down a structure. That same day, I bought a domain name, right? So it's not just about you hearing. It's not just about you listening. It's not just about you attending events and from one event to the other. What are you doing? What steps are you taking? You don't have to take. You don't have to take all of the information they've spoken about today. You just need to pick one and run with that one. Pick something that I always tell people. I say, play in a game, right? I learned this from James Clear, right? He said, play in a game in which the odds are in your favor, right? Play in the game in which the odds are in your favor. What do I mean? About Einstein talked about the fish and the monkey. How your personality plays in a very large role in who you become, right? So like I was saying earlier, you can't be a fish and be competing with a monkey in climbing a tree. I don't know if you get that. There are some things that you're not naturally good at. There are some things that are just so difficult for you. But there are some other things that are very, easy for you. And when you do it, people are like, wow, how did you do that thing? It's difficult for others. But for you, it's very simple, right? Work with that thing. Out of everything that, the information, the value that has been dished out today, you have to pick one or two that you're very good at and run with that, right? And the most important thing is taking action, right? You need to take action. You need to, if they be talking about websites and all of these things, take action. Do one thing. Write something down. Transfer money to a particular, a particular account of that particular project you want to start. Do something. Do something, right? So let me check the comment section. Fantastic. So let me quickly announce we'll be having Daddy Jo in the building in an hour time. By 9 o'clock he will be here, and he'll be giving you extreme value, right? He's going to be talking about the business of digital real estate, right? I've not heard that before, right? So he's going to blow your mind, and he'll be here very soon. But before then, I would like to mention, give you a list of people, right, that have, won some of our giveaways. We recently, before Mr. Fee, we had Miss Martina who gave out 20K, and there's still other two packages. So we're waiting for, looking for two more people to win that. But for the websites, we mentioned that we'll be giving out three websites, three different people. And funny enough, we had Humphreys as one of the people that will be getting the website. But fortunately for him, he already has a gift. And we want to make sure this, we spread the number of people we're able to reach with what we're giving out. So we would have to look for three other people, and we've gotten two, right? We've gotten two. So apart from Humphreys, we have someone else who will be walking away with one of the other gifts, right? So I think it might be the perfume or the package. So we have Pastor Ike Chris. He has been very active. Pastor Ike Chris, if you're there, if you're just type in the comment section, Ike Chris, let's see you. If you're not here, we might give it to someone else. Pastor Ike Chris. Pastor Ike Chris, are you here? If you're here, type in the comment section, type Sunday Oko, I can see you. Fantastic. Victory Marson taking action. That is it. You have to take action. Are you here? Pastor Ike Chris. Ike Chris. All right. So we have Pastor Ike Chris. Then the other person is going to be Victory Marson. Victory Marson. Right. If you're here, Victory Marson, if you're here, type in the comment section. So send us a message. Pastor Ike Chris, if you're not here, that's it for you. But if you're here, go to Citraks Solution, go to Instagram, right, and search for Citraks Solutions and send us a DM, right? So Victory Marson and Pastor Ike Chris. Okay, so people are saying, how can they? Oh, we forgot to mention that. Okay. So if you're here, right, and you're in the Telegram channel, don't worry. We'll send Michael Fee's contact details to you. We'll send it to the Telegram channel so you can reach out to him. All right. So Pastor Ike Chris and Victory Marson, if you're there, just signify. Fantastic, Victory Marson. Wow, yeah, you want a website for your business, right? So send us a message at Citraks Solution on Instagram, and we'll respond to you. So I'm not sure Pastor Ike Chris is here. So let's see one more person that will give this out to. So we've mentioned Humphreys, Victory Marson, Pastor Ike Chris. I think on Friday or Saturday we mentioned Grace Jaffet. She also won a website. So let's see who is here. Let's see who else we can give something. Let's see who is active here. Who are we going giving the other gifts to? If you're still here, just type something interesting. Let's see if you've been very active here, and you might just go home with something, with a gift. Beautiful. Yes, Filianeke, we'll send it to the Telegram channel. We'll do that. We'll do that. Okay. Beautiful. Okay, so I think I will be able to get the person, right, the two more people that will win our giveaway. We'll get them before the end of the program. So just stay tuned. So before we move to Daddy J.O.'s session, I want to break down some things. I want to break some things down, for you. I think when I was talking on Friday, someone said it's technical. I'm not sure I'm able to get or understand what you meant by all those digital jargons. So what we're going to do today, we're going to go on a journey, right? Are you here with me? If you're here and if you can hear me, type in the comment section. So we're going to go on a journey together, and I'm going to break down what digital platforms are. Thank you, Destiny. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to go on a journey, and I'm going to break down what digital platforms are, right? I'm going to break it down to something that you can understand, something that you can work with, right? It doesn't have to be, there's so much grammar. So just stay tuned, stay with me for the next 30 to 45 minutes, right? Beautiful. Philip Aneke, fantastic. Jonah Rose, beautiful. Yi, I can't even pronounce it. Bizhub, I'm here. Okay, fantastic. The praise. Okay, so when we say digital digital platforms, what are we talking about? What do we mean by digital platforms? Now, I want you to visualize that. How many of you have been to a market, right? I mean, almost all of us. So I'm going to use a market to explain this to you. So I want you to forget about all the jargons you've been hearing and all of that. Just bring your mind, right, and visualize that you're in a market or you are close to a market, right? So in the market, they sell a lot of things. They sell clothes, they sell tomatoes, they sell groceries, they sell a lot of things, right? Now, in this market, there are different sections of the market, right? And the most important part, or one of the most important part, is the seller stand, right? The market, I mean, most of the markets that we have in Lagos are just random, but still you find where each person has his or her own stand, where the meat seller, you see their stand, right? That's where his own space, right? And some people pay for that space, right? So we have different. So imagine you're in the market, right? And in this market, there are different stands for different, sellers, and you are the customer, right? Now, I'm going to use this to, explain digital platforms, right? So what the internet has done is it has given us infrastructure, right, to take what we usually do in the physical world into the digital world. So when we're talking about digital platforms, we're talking about just platforms, right? Platforms are basically places, right? Things that enable you to do things where you could stay and carry out activities, right? Now, in this market, we have fish seller, we have yam seller, we have all of these people. Now, instead of seeing them as yam sellers, fish seller, and all of that, you want to begin to see them as platforms that sells information, or for example, in that platform we have Udemy, right, or education platforms, right? So each stand, right, each person has a stand, and this stand we have, for example, we have education platforms like Udemy, we have e-commerce platforms, right? Now, e-commerce is basically buying and selling, right? So we have e-commerce platform, we have education platform, we have social media platforms, right? Social media platforms are where you reach people, right? Education platforms are where you learn, right? And all of these platforms, right? So what these people have done is that before you get, let's say you're a seller, right? if you're a seller, what you basically need to do is go to the market, negotiate with the people in charge, and they'll give you a stand and you pay for that stand, right? But some people have gone ahead because they have the infrastructure, right, to build something. They've gone ahead to buy or to create slots in this market. So you have someone like Udemy. What he has done is that he has created thousands and thousands of stands for people, right? Udemy himself, let's say Udemy is a person. Udemy himself is not selling knowledge, or is not, yeah, it's not selling knowledge. But what Udemy is doing, him as a person, is that he's creating stands, right? He's creating stands for people. So these people will come because these people do not have the infrastructure to build stands. Udemy has built a stand. Now, in that stand, Udemy has built stands for people. So what you need to do is pay Udemy, right? So Udemy could lease one of their stands to you, right? Most of the time, it's not, you don't pay, before getting a stand. You get a stand, and by the time you start making money from your own stand, they get money from you, right? So let's say you do not have all the money to create your own stand, but there has been other people that have created those stands for you, and what you could do is lease those stands and you pay them based on what you're earning, right? So you're still in this market. Mr. Udemy is there. We also have Facebook, right? So Facebook has created, its own stand, right? I know Facebook is a social platform, right, where you interact with friends, but their main income or their earning is coming from their own platforms that they've built. And what does that platform do? Does the platform or the stand that Facebook has built is that Facebook gives opportunity, or they give stands to businesses, to enterprises, to reach other people that are looking to buy products. So you can go on Facebook and you hire their stand, which is digital marketing or paid advertising. So you pay them, right? And they give you a slot in their stand. And with that slot, you can have people, or you can display what you're selling, right? So those are platforms. And what I'm trying to bring to your attention here is this. In this market, people have gone ahead to create stands for you so that you don't have to, get your own money and create your own stands, right? So because stands could be expensive, right? I hope you're following, right? So let me quickly check if people are following. Beautiful, beautiful, right? So you're not only like I said, these people have gone to create stands for you, right? So that you don't have, maybe you don't have the luxury or the security or the money to buy those stands. So they create stands because they have the power, they have the money, right? And so they lease out these stands for you. So you as an educator can come to this stand, rent the stand, stay there, and sell whatever you're selling. So this is a beautiful innovation because this is what internet has done. The new economy, this is what it has done. It has given us leverage, right? For us to go into a market, and even without having the money to create our own stand, people that have created these stands could lease it out for us so we can use, right? Until we're able to start making money. And once we start making money, they get their own money from it, right? But there is a problem. There's a problem. And the problem is freedom. Freedom. The thing is, what you're not in charge of, right? What you don't own, you do not have overall freedom, or you don't have maximum freedom to utilize that thing. So the person that built those slots in that market, right, has the authority, and you have to obey that person. So if the person doesn't want you to sell tomatoes, or it doesn't want you to sell more than 50 tomatoes per day, you can't. Why? Because you don't own the slot, right? So they own the slot. They are renting it out to you. So they have the authority. What you're doing there is you're just, let me say, you're a beneficial parasite. Let me use the word, right? So the Udemy guys, the guys that created those slots, they're doing something positive. That's why a lot of people are using them, right? Take a look at big e-commerce platforms like eBay and the rest of them, right? You're not eBay, but eBay has done something. It has created thousands of slots for people, and people could rent those slots. And I'm giving you, the benefit. The benefit is that you leverage on their what they have already, right? You leverage on their security. You leverage on the people that they have, right? And so on and so forth. Now, the thing is this, like I told you earlier, you do not have complete authority, right, in that market. For you to have complete authority, right, for you to have your own say, for you to stand your own ground, you need to create your own slot, right? You can't go and meet Mr. Udemy and say, why now? I want to be able to sell this thing that you don't want me to sell. You can't, right? And that's how Amazon, if you go through the story of Amazon, that's what the business they're in, right? It's not like they're selling those things. They have people that come on their platform, they utilize their platform, and they sell with their platforms, right? Now, so you do not have authority over those platforms that they built. They built it for you. So for you to have the freedom and have the authority, you need to create your own stand. You need to create your own stand. Now, what are the simple ways, or let's say you're in the market now, right? So we just talked about students that left school, people that are just starting out. So you've discovered what you're doing, what you can do. You've tested it with your friends and family. You failed and you learned some things, and now you're looking to go out there. And people that have gone like Martina, like Remy Wadukun, all these people have talked about you having a platform, right? That we talked about right, you having a platform that takes your products, that takes who you are out there to people, right? If it's just you, it becomes very difficult. Why? Because you can't be in America and be in UK and be in all of these places at once, right? You can't be receiving all the requests on your inbox. Your inbox will get filled up, right? You get tired, right? And you can't maintain all of these things. So you need a platform. And for you to have a platform, it's either you are renting from people that are giving you, right, that are leasing it out, like Udemy and the other guys, right, like Jumia, right, for example, right. So either you have to go through them, and when you go through them, the disadvantage is that you do not have authority, you do not have freedom, right. For you to have freedom, you need to create your own platform. Now, what are the simple ways, or what are these platforms? How do you position yourself in a way that you're not using other people's platform, you retain your freedom, so and you're able to market and sell whatever you like to your audience, right? So you can go into the market and create your own stand and sell whatever you want to sell, and nobody is holding you down and say, don't sell because it's my stand. Why? Because you already have your own stand and you'll be able to create your stand. So what are those stands? Right? What are those platforms that you could create? Number one, and it's very important, is website. You need to have, if you're a digital person in this age, right? If you have a solution, right? If you have, let's say you're a public speaker or you're a writer and you do not have a website. Remy Wadukun made mention of this, when he was speaking at a session. She said, if you don't have a website, you don't stay here at all. Why? Because the value that she's giving out is intended for a certain set of people, and you need to meet some requirements. Okay, sorry, that's a little bit distraction. So we're back. So you need to meet some requirements for you to be at that, at her own session. And one of those requirements is you getting a website. Now, what does website do for you? The truth is, most of your audience, apart from Facebook, apart from Instagram and all of this, and like I told you earlier, all these are not your platforms, right? You can't just do anyhow. Let me give you an example. When we were promoting this event, when the event was, still coming and we're reaching out to people, we decided to do paid ads. But something happened, and Facebook, they closed our account. They closed our ad account, and we couldn't do anything. I mean, there was nothing we could do. Why? We didn't own the platform. So instead of me advertising on Facebook, what if I had a list of people, right? People's email and do email marketing. Facebook won't come and meet you and say, no, you can't send email to this person. No, right? So that's what I'm trying to explain to you, how to have your own platform in a very easy and affordable way, right? How to get your own platform and have an authority, and nobody will question you on whatever you are selling or whatever you want to sell. Right. So let me quickly run through different types of platforms so that you understand. So I asked you to visualize a village, and I'm sorry, visualize a market. Now in that market there are stands, and some people have gone to the market to buy, to create a lot of stands so that people can rent from them. And those guys are, the big guys in the industry, such as Udemy, such as eBay, and the rest of them. And now we've stayed the disadvantage, but because they could kick you out anytime. They could just decide, and that you're no longer, whatever you're selling is not valuable to them, or it's competing well with what they're selling, and they will push you out, right? So now we are looking at, okay, so now that these people, I do not have authority over what I'm selling, how can I create my own stand and have authority, right? So how do I create my own stand and have authority in a very affordable way that I don't have to stress myself, that I don't have to become eBay, right? I don't have to become that giant before I start. How do I go about that, right? So quickly, there are different types of platforms, right? Or there are different types of stands, right? So we have rented. I mean, John, that Joe will talk more on this. I don't really want to go into the technical aspect. We have rented platform. Um, um, we have your own personal platforms. We have rented platform, and we have hybrid platforms. So the hybrid ones are those that are half yours, that are half not yours. So we'll talk about rented platforms. We're talking about social media platforms like Instagram, Facebook, eBay, and the rest of these guys. We're talking about semi hybrid platforms. We're talking about your contact list on WhatsApp, right? Your Telegram channel, and some of these things. We're talking about your own personal platform. We're talking about websites, email lists, and some of other things. So we've given disadvantage of the platform that were made available by these guys, right? By these big guys in the industry, and you don't want to play by their rules because anything could happen. Like I give you an example, right? About we promoting this program and Facebook just cutting us off and we couldn't do anything about it. So you want to stand out, you want to have that freedom and authority, right? So what you need to have, like I mentioned earlier, is a website. And this is one of the things. So a lot of people complain, how do I get a website? Or probably you've met with a lot of people that tried to build a website, but the thing didn't go well because they didn't understand exactly what the message that you have to pass, right? The message that you have, and you want to communicate with your audience. They didn't understand that. Or probably they didn't know what they were doing, right? So there are a lot of quacks these days, right? So you pay them money and they went away with the money. They didn't build you exactly what you want. Right, so a lot of people face this problem, and that is why Citraks solution is here. Now, with Citraks, let me give you an example. With Citraks, let's say I'm Michael, right? So when I was in school, I was selling okay, let me use a female. So I'm Deborah. When I was in school, I was selling wigs to my friends in school, and they were patronizing me. So in time, people have gotten to associate me with the wigs that I sell, and I'm making a lot of money. But it has gotten to some extent that I need a platform. Why? Because I could no longer respond to people's DM. The DMs were just too much. Now I need a system, right? The system that I could just put my wigs out there. People can just come, they will pay, they will buy, and it will get delivered to them, right? So that's what Deborah is doing, right? I'm Deborah. So now Deborah needs a website, and she doesn't have much money to spend, right? What does she do? So she could go to a web developer that will charge her hundreds of thousands of naira or even dollar, right, to build her a website. Or if she doesn't have money, she could pay someone who doesn't, it's not good in that area, and they could just put up something quack, quacky stuff that doesn't solve her problem. Or Deborah could come to Citraks. Now with Citraks, it's very simple. This is what you do. You go to citraks.com, you see a list of all the available websites. They've been pre-built. Now, they've been built intelligently and professionally to suit most people in various industries. We have about 200, 200 plus pre-built websites. Now, these websites are not just, they're not just built templates. They are websites that has been built with a lot of technicalities in mind, with a lot of study of the market and how people make purchases and how conversions are done. So all these things were put in mind when we were building Citraks. So, like I was saying, all you need to do at Citraks is go to citraks.com, right? You will see a list of pre-built websites. All you need to do is just pick one, right? Provide your details, and within 2 days, your website will be ready. Now, look at that innovation. So you don't need to be under one chairman that is stressing you. You don't have to be under eBay. You don't have to be under Jumia that is giving you rules of regulation. And one of the things that we at Citraks value most is customer freedom, right? So when you get this website, they are not ours, they are yours, and you could sell anything you want to sell as long as they are ethical, right? You could say it's yours. So we have that freedom when you use Citraks. And it's very simple. Like I said, go to citraks.com, pick a pre-built template that suits your need, provide your details, and within 2 days it's ready. That's the simplest way to actually get a website, right? So now that's one, website. Number two, like I said, with website, anybody. Now let me even explain one more thing, right? A lot of people say, I already have a social media account, I have an Instagram account, and people are following me and all of that. Let me ask you a question. Let's say you want to buy hair cream, a particular kind of hair cream. So you're looking to grow your hair and say, oh, what kind of hair cream can I buy to grow my hair? Probably you ask your friends and they don't really know. Where will you go? Will you go on Instagram and type, how will I get hair cream? Or will you go on Facebook and type, how will I get the best hair cream for my type of hair? No, you will go on Google. You go on search engine. And if you do not have a website, there's no way whatever you're searching or whatever you're selling could be ranked, right? So what do I mean by that? So you that you're selling, now I just made mention of those that are buying, right? So you want to buy a product, you go on Google and search for it. So now see yourself as a seller. So you are the person selling this product, right? This particular hair cream or hair product. People will not go on Instagram. So you are selling your hair product. They are all on this. Of course, Instagram is good, right? People could patronize you. Facebook, people patronize you and all of that. But look at the risk. Instagram could one day just delete your account, and there's nothing you will do about it. Trust, there's nothing you will do about it. Why? Because it's their platform. Facebook could just delete your account with your 100,000 follow Facebook page, right? With your 100,000 followers and all of that, and there's nothing you will do about it. But imagine it's your own platform, right? But before going into that, now that's one disadvantage. You do not have right over anything. You don't have right over what you're selling. They have the right, right? So that's one disadvantage. The second disadvantage is people that are looking for, that have the pain points, that want to buy your product. They won't go on. Of course, sometimes they'll be following you for some time. Now, the disadvantage, let me quickly differentiate something. People that go on Instagram, mostly, they're not looking for product. They're looking to relax. They're looking to scroll through pictures and see happy people and beautiful people and see the world and the things that are going on. And what you're selling pops up and they say, okay, maybe I like this thing, let me buy, right? That's different. But someone on Google searching is looking for something to buy. That's your customer, right? So the customer go on Google, I want to buy so hair product, and you're nowhere to be found because you're on Instagram. So that's another disadvantage. Search engine is not properly, or it's not the most social media platform is not the most optimized platforms for search engines. Social media platforms are not the most optimized for search engines. So now, if I'm selling that product and I want, whenever someone searches, I want to buy this particular product, this hair product, my my page should come up, right? So I'll do SEO optimization, right, for my product. Like I made mention, you have to have a website before you even start thinking of SEO or search engine optimization. So let's say you've gotten the website now. Let me quickly break down what SEO means, right? So SEO basically is, now we're still in that market, right? That market we were talking about earlier. So in that market, there is a stand or there's a place in which people come to look or to make inquiry. It's like an archive, right? So if someone that wants to buy tomato, instead of him going to the market and searching and looking from one stand to the other, they could easily go to that archive and say, okay, this is the person selling tomato, this is the person selling hair product. Okay, so I want to meet this person. They'll give you the direct address, right, of that person's stand. I don't know if you understand. So that's such a, when they say SEO, 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 blah blah blah, all these technical jargon, it's not more than that. It's basically just a particular position in these markets that we're talking about, in which people can search for the list of things in the market. It's like an archive of all the things in the market, like a direction, like a billboard, right? That has, or let me, like yellow pages, right? That has the list of all the things that are in that market. And when you click on it, when you go to that list, it can easily direct you to where that particular person is. So that's search engine optimization. But if you do not have a website, how can you even, I mean, if you don't even have a website that is optimized, if you don't have a website, how can you start talking about optimizing it for search engine? And this is one thing with websites that are built, with Citraks solution. What we do is we ensure that all the websites are properly optimized for search engine, for Google. Like I said earlier, it's not difficult at all. Go to citraks.com, pick a particular template or pre-built website that suits your need, supply your details, and within 2 days, your website will be ready. And guess what? Right? All these things I've been talking about is getting a website, getting a platform. How much is it? We are currently doing a promo for this particular summit. And guess what? A website, right? That platform that will give you the leverage, right? The architecture to be in, the internet is just 30K. So with 30,000 naira, most of you, there are some people that eat with 30,000 naira in just one time, right? They'll eat with 30K, right, in a particular restaurant just for one day. You could take that same 30K, go to citraks.com, pick a particular template. Now, one thing you need to understand that everything you see on that template is what you get. It's properly optimized for mobile, it's optimized for your laptop, it's optimized for all the available devices, and it's mobile friendly, like I said, and it's properly optimized for search engine. So what are you looking for with 30K? What, so many people complain a lot, I don't have the money to start it. With 30K you could start. And that is what we are bringing to the African. We want to make things easy for people. We want to make so that we can reduce the number of complaints that we receive every day. Like when you ask a young person, in the street, when you ask a young African, right, what the problem is, there are thousands of complaints, right? So we've seen this and we decided to make it very easy for you. With 30K, you could start a website. You can get your own website, and you can position yourself for the global audience and people from UK, from Canada. And guess what? Paystack and what's this guy called? The Paystack and Flutterwave, right? They just did a collaboration. So you could accept PayPal dollar funds in your Nigerian, with your whatever you're selling in Nigeria, right? And you could ship out. So if you're selling digital products, you could sell your digital products to not just people in Nigeria, you could sell to someone in UK, in America, and they'll pay you and you receive your money with 30K. So you don't have, complaints. You don't have, there's no excuse for you, right? So that's one of the things you need. You need a website. You need a website. I will make it very easy for you to get one. Another thing that you need, right? If you already have a website, so you're now looking at, okay, I don't want to just have a website alone. I want to be able to market what I'm selling. Right, it's one thing to have a website, it's another thing to be able to market that website. And one of the ways to do so, now, let me quickly touch this. I'm not saying that social media is bad or you shouldn't use it. Use it for this. Use it to get leads. Use it to get people, right? Use it to get people, and these people, convert these people, drag them from social media, from wherever they are on Facebook and Instagram, drag them and bring them to your personal platform. And one of the personal platforms to market is email marketing. So your email is very important. And I know that a lot of people complain a lot about emails. How do I send email? Let's say you have like 2,000 people, right, to send mails to, and you're like, okay, I don't have the money to pay. All these platforms are available. I have to subscribe monthly. I have to pay like at least $17 or so monthly. I think that's the least, right? You have to pay that, and you don't have the money. And sometimes you don't even send more than 5 mails or 3 mails per month, right? Depending on what's happening. Right? So, and you're looking for, okay, what is the easiest and the simplest way to go about this, right? Which platform can I use, right, to be able to send my emails? And at the same time, that email or the list that I have, I want it to be with me. So if you use other emailing platforms, right, you have to upload your list, right, to those platforms. And when you upload your list, you indirectly, I don't know, you might be giving them access. They could have access to the list, to the people you have, right? And they could do, whatever with it. But you want to have this list on your own platform, and you want to be able to send emails without having to pay, like 50 to 20 to $30 per month, even when you're not really sending much emails. Guess what? We've brought out another solution at Citraks. So with this new solution, okay, most of you got emails, right? You got emails about the Citraks solution, the Citraks summit. When the summit was coming up, we sent out emails. Now, those emails that you received were sent with this particular platform I'm about to tell you. All right. So with this platform, you don't need to pay $25 monthly. You don't need it. And guess what? You're paying just for every 1,000. For the first 2,000 email that you sent out for a month is free. Now, if you're sending more than that, right? So you're sending 3,000 email. Let's say 3,000. You only be charged for the other 1,000 email, and that 1,000 email is how much? 1 cent, $0.1. How much is that? That's like, I don't know, like 15 naira or so. So every 1,000 email that you're sending, right, you're paying just 1 cent. I mean, you can't get better than that. So that's what we're bringing to you. So I don't know if the technical team can bring up so that you can see the screenshot, some things I'm talking about. Look at this. So we sent out like 1,000 email and we had 62.6 open rate. Where do you see that? I mean, where can you find that? 62.61 open rate, right? And guess what? This same email that we're showing you, before we send out any email, we'll send a test email. So that test email is what we use to test to see if it's going to the spam folder, if it's going to the promotion folder, or to the main folder, right? So or the inbox folder, sorry. Right, when with this same email that you're seeing right here, this same campaign statistics, the email itself, when we sent out with a very popular mail platform, the platform, I won't mention their name, I'm not here to do that, right? That same mail platform, the same email, the same exact email, when we sent it out as a test mail, it landed in our promotion folder, in people's promotion folder, right? We used some test mail and we sent the exact email, it landed in promotion folder. And most thing is, when people see it's promotion, they don't really go there. What you want to go is your inbox, right? That's what people check. And that's what gave us this magic that you're seeing. 69, that's like 70% open rate. Where do you find that? right? So with this platform, it has a higher open rate, the highest open rate you could find on earth, right? So what do I mean? When we send that same email, right? Sorry about that. Let me that same email that we sent to that popular platform that I'm not going to mention. When we use our own platform, the platform that I'm introducing to you now, right? When we use our own platform, it landed on the inbox, in people's inbox. So we use a very popular mail that a lot of people use, mail platforms that a lot of people use. It landed in their promotion folder, and in promotion folder, people do not care. They feel that you want them to come and buy, to come and pay for something, right? But when we use our own platform, we got an open rate of 70%, right? Almost, due to the fact that it landed in their inbox. So if you want to all your mails to be reaching your customers' inbox, this is what you need. And guess what? It's not expensive. We understand that the money is not much, right? But we decide to give this out at a rate of 70,000 naira only. So you just need to set it up once. You are not paying us monthly. Oh. You are not paying us every month. No, we are not collecting $17 or $27 from you every month. You're only paying that 70,000 naira setup fee, right? And every 1,000 email that you send out, you are paying $0.1, 1 cent. You can't find that anywhere else, right? So quickly, like I told you, the website is going for 30K just for tonight, or probably tomorrow might extend it, right? From there, from tomorrow and next tomorrow, we're bringing it back to its regular price. So for e-commerce, we're starting at 70K, right, before, and for regular website, we're starting at 50K. But due to this summit, we're giving out regular website for 30K, e-commerce website for 50K. Look at that. You need to jump on that. So if you like to do that, go to citraks.com, right? www.citraks.com. Pick your preferred website template, right? And provide your details. Just make payments. You see 30K there for regular website, and you see 50K for e-commerce website, right? Just make your payment, provide your details, and within 2 days, your website will be ready. We'll get in touch with you. You also find a WhatsApp chat button on our website. So if you are not able to go through all the process, just send us a message and someone will get in touch with you and walk you through the process. All right. So for the people that want to get this particular emailing platform, right, it's not really open to the public yet. It's not open to everyone. Just few people, right? The people that are available, that are present here. If you want to get access to this particular one, send us a message, a DM at Citraks Solution, or you could comment, write a comment in the comment section. So that is it. You don't want one landlord to be telling you that you can't do anything. You can't sell what you want to sell, right? You want to stand on your own, and you want to be able to stand on your own without having to spend too much, without having to go through too much stress, right? To do this, go to citraks.com, www.citraks.com, pick your preferred website, pay, supply your details, and in 2 days, your website will be ready. And if you're looking to deliver your email to people's inbox, reach out to us at Citraks, solutions.com, Citraks Solution on Instagram. Or on that same citraks.com, you see a WhatsApp chat button. Just click on the button, chat with us, and we'll respond to you. So that is it, guys. I don't know if you have questions quickly before we bring John Obidi, Daddy J.O. himself. Amazing. Yes, beautiful. Okay. Kehinde Philip says he wants the platform. Okay, so quickly, just reach out to us, right? Go to citraks.com. They'll put it up now. Citraks.com, www.citraks.com, right? So at Depoju, click on the chat button, the WhatsApp chat button, right? Just click on it, right? And you send us a message, and we'll get in touch with you shortly. Go to www.citraks.com. You see a WhatsApp chat button there. You don't have to do too much. WhatsApp chat button, click on it, and you're able to reach out to us, and we'll get back to you. So that is it. It's just on the promo is on for today and probably tomorrow 12 noon. It will be taken down and it will go back to 60 50 and 70,000. And for the emailing platform, it could be more than 100,000 because the value you are getting for that emailing platform is explosive, right? $0.1 for every 1,000. You can't find that anywhere. And you've seen the results. You got the email in your inbox and it was personalized. It's very easy to use. So want to get it? Go to citraks.com, click on the WhatsApp chat button and send us a message and we'll respond to you. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much for staying tuned. Okay, Helen Otowo, yes, just go there, chat with us. Go there, chat with us. Kehinde Feelings, I'll be expecting you personally. I will respond to you personally. Kehinde Phillips, Adepoju. Yeah, Ade is a favor. The platform has been dropped. Check the live stream, citraks.com. Go there, chat with us, and we'll respond to you shortly. Amazing, amazing. Beautiful. Okay, so next on our list is Daddy J.O. himself. You don't want to go and eat. I don't need to tell you that you don't want to miss this. You know him now, so he's going to give you all the value that you need. And once you leave here, you need to take action. Like I used to tell you, it's not about getting the information, right? You've gotten a lot and lot and lot of information. You need to start. For those of you that don't have platform, this is the time for you. We've reduced the price just to help Africans, just to help people looking to start up and that are complaining that they don't have money to start, they don't have this to start. We've decided to reduce the price for you. We've decided to bring you this innovation. What is the complaint now, right? You don't have any story to tell now, right? So just go on there and chat with us, and we'll get started. Get in touch with you shortly. So Daddy J.O. Okay, so that is it for for digital platforms, right? So I'll be leaving the studio now, and in the next few seconds, I'll be back with Daddy J.O. in the building.
Our next speaker is John Obidi. John Obidi is a new media consultant, international speaker, and personal development trainer. He's a highly skilled, compelling, visionary, and phenomenal resourceful person, bringing practical, intelligence, and transferable solutions to both the workplace and marketplace as a whole, and doing so in the most innovative and unconventional ways, unlocking admiration and gratitude from clients and industry stakeholders everywhere. In 2018, John was voted amongst Avon's Media's 100 most influential young Nigerians coming in second in the final rankings. In December 2018, he won the Future Awards Africa Prize for New Media. John is a leading consultant on online digital marketing in Africa and is the founder of Head Start Africa, a community of over 170,000 business and career professionals. As a thought leader in personal development, leadership, and online marketing, John's blog, podcast, webinars, workshop, masterclasses, conferences, and speaking engagements are claimed to be practical, disruptive, paradigm-shifting, forward-looking, and highly progressive. He has served as keynote speakers in Brazil, UAE, Ghana, Zambia, and Nigeria. John is available as keynote speaker and panelist for conferences, workshops, and knowledge-sharing platforms. Please make welcome John Obidi.
Hello. Thank you so much. We are extremely grateful for this. Okay, sorry.
Our next speaker is John Obidi. John Obidi is a new media consultant, international speaker, and personal development trainer.
We're sorry about that. We're sorry about the devil is a liar. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for
Thank you for having me.
invitation.
Thank you.
Wow. We are blessed to have you. The whole audience, welcoming you. Let's check what people are saying. Amazing destiny that OPD in the yes, he's in the house. Hi.
Thank you. Thank you.
Daddy J, welcome. Omo fire.
Thank you.
Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. And we're here. We're waiting to learn from you, to drink from the wealth of your knowledge, to draw from you. Right. So I think I'll just give the floor to Daddy J.O.
Okay, before I give you the floor, I want to quickly send out a broadcast to my Telegram channels to bring on some people on here. So let me just carry on for about 2 minutes. Let me just send this out.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Okay, guys, let's check who is here. Mr. Stephen P. He said he has removed his turtleneck. Amazing. Yes, Wale K said welcome, sir. Destiny Willie James says welcome, sir. Beautiful. Cletus Chidi says this is fire, yeah. It's more than fire, yeah. Ayodeji Abdul Latif, Daddy Joe in the building. Destiny again, we're here and fired up to go. Okay, fantastic. We still have like two more people to give our giveaway prizes to. We have one more website and we have one more gift from Mrs. Martina. So we're going to be checking the most active people here. If you've been active from day one, right? So now, right, we're going to track all of that, and we're going to bring someone up, right? The winners up at the end of Daddy J.O. session. Okay, so let's just the adverts.
Okay, Liberty just. Okay, guys, thank you for having me. It is my pleasure to be on here at the Citraks Summit 2021. Thank you so much to the convener, Liberty Oyugbo. Liberty is someone that I really admire. I've seen him grow from strength to strength. I've watched his giant strides. I have been a first-hand witness to the genius of liberty, and I cannot be prouder. I am so proud of what he is doing. I'm so glad to be able to grace this stage. Many thanks to Liberty for giving a lot of young people the opportunity to learn from a lot of people. I'm sure that there have been other fantastic speakers who have come and spoken earlier on, and Liberty was able to pull the strings behind the scenes to make all of this happen. You know, I do these events too, so I know how tough it must be for Liberty and his team to make this happen. So, guys, I want you guys to appreciate Liberty. No amount of money is can repay Liberty and his team for what they have pulled here. Thank you, Liberty. I appreciate you, and thank you for the honor of bringing me on here to give this presentation. This is the Citraks Summit 2021, and I want to share my bit as the final speaker for today. I hope I might be able to take questions at the end, but I'm going to be speaking on a topic that I'm very passionate about. I have been since 2020, and it is called Skills of the New Economy. Skills of the new economy, right? Skills of the new economy. Now, when we say skills of the new economy, it tells you that there's been an old economy and there is a new economy. And this new economy is being fueled and facilitated by people who perhaps could not find their place in the old economy. All right. So in the old economy, you had to, maybe if you wanted to be in the field of mineral resources, you had to mine for gold. You had to own a diamond mine. Very few of us here watching this can own a diamond mine or a gold mine. But that's in the old economy. Very few of us here have oil wells, and that might be very difficult to get. But you see, there are assets in the new economy that are or can be just as valuable to get and grow and are easy to access. So you couldn't get a gold mine. What can you do in the new economy? You can mine for Bitcoin. You couldn't get a diamond mine. What can you do? You can run an exchange. You could not open a bank, but you can open a cryptocurrency wallet. All right. And so there's all this range of activities that are going on in the new economy that you cannot afford to ignore. All right. I'm not going to talk about most of these things. I'll just mention them. All right. In this age and time, everybody watching this, all right, everybody watching this should be able to use cryptocurrency. I don't understand it. You are an adult in 2021, a Nigerian adult in 2021, and you do not know how to transfer cryptocurrency to somebody's wallet, how to receive, how to use it to buy goods and services, how to use it as a means of payment or receiving payment for goods and services. That should not be. This is the time to educate yourself because it is a skill of the new economy. All right. Do not go to bed tonight without going to do your research on how to master these technologies. It is not an excuse that you are in the third world if you are in the third world. As a matter of fact, it should be an incentive. There is no other person than the third world African that should be as ready and as hungry to embrace these technologies, because these technologies will be your salvation. All right. So when it comes to cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, blockchain solutions, even the rave around NFTs, virtual reality, AI, these are the things that you need to look into. And just one great move in any of these directions will set you up for life. All right. So just putting it out there, look into all these things. But I'm going to just serve a light version. All right. Because there's a lot of people here who are like, okay, what you're saying is great tech and all that. Give us something light. So I'll give you something that at least everybody here can apply to some degree. All right. So skills of the new economy. What are the things that we need to know in order to engage in the 2020s? All right. What are the things that we need to know? First of all, everyone needs to understand the business of attention. All right. You've got to understand the business of attention. Understand the business of attention. What does that mean? Simple. Advertising. All right. So one of the biggest questions that I get is, Oh, John, I just wrote a book. How do I get people to download the book? That shows that you have yet to master the business of attention. All right. Facebook has over 2 billion users. Instagram has a similar number of active users. All right. How can you harness attention from all these platforms on any message, any ideology, and any product? That is the business of attention. So whether you're doing it for your business or as a consultant for any other, for someone else's business, that is a number one skill of the new economy. Do you know how to buy attention? Do you know how to monetize that attention? Do you know how to retain attention? Get into the business of attention. Okay, so number one way to get into the business of attention, the attention business, is by at least mastering advertising. Okay, and when I say advertising, the easiest thing to master would be Facebook advertising. And when I say Facebook advertising, you know I also mean Instagram. All right, when I say Facebook, I also mean Instagram, because Facebook owns both platforms and they are the same business. All right, so master Facebook ads. I'm not going to go into that today, but if you've never touched Facebook advertising before, go and get into the Facebook Blueprint program. Go out there, Google Facebook Blueprint. They'll teach you what you need to know, at least and on a beginner level, on how to run Facebook ads and use that to target people. Let me tell you why Facebook ads are so powerful and why it seems like I'm always talking about it. Now, Facebook has over 2 billion users. But guess what, guys? The power of Facebook is not in the 2 billion users. It is in the data that they've been able to collect on those 2 billion users. Now, check this out. Facebook knows what kinds of movies we like. They know who our friends are. They know our family members. They know our relationship status. They know who we're married to. If you have kids, they know who your kids are. They know your siblings, your parents. They know your religion, your denomination. They know where you've traveled to, all right? They know all this about us, all right? And they've been able to create algorithms that can predict future behavior. They've been able to create algorithms that can match our buying patterns with our future buying patterns. And so they are able to serve up all this data to you as a person who has a message. It makes no sense that in 2021, you are a person who is talented at what you do. You are great at what you do. You have a message that can change lives and change the world, but no one's listening because you don't know how to pull their attention. The technology of Facebook is already there. Just go plug in. So Facebook has been able to serve up all this data up to everyone, and they're saying, hey, who would you like to target? You can now enter the Facebook ad manager and say, look, I want to target women in Enugu aged between 50 to 55. And I want to target them and show them this particular message and make them take this particular action. Boom. That is how to grab attention. You just got started in the business of attention because Facebook allows you to target with that kind of granular data. Now, when you are able to get that attention, how do you keep that attention and then monetize that attention if you so desire? Because not everybody wants to go into the business of attention for the sake of monetizing. Some have other concerns, right? So, but you should be able to at least attract that attention, and then you should be able to retain it. Now, you cannot retain attention without having an intimate and working understanding of platforms and how to play the different platforms in order to achieve your desired objectives. Okay, so we hear about email marketing, about the Facebooks and the Instagrams. Do you know how to play these platforms? I always talk about this, that play the platforms, but don't let the platforms play you. Play the platforms, but don't let the platforms play you. So I say that to say this: we've got 3 types of platforms. You've got owned platforms, you got rented platforms, and you got hybrid platforms. What are rented platforms? I just mentioned them. Social media. They are very good for attracting attention, but you don't build your entire existence on them. Okay, so you learn how to attract attention on those platforms. There's the organic route. I'm not a fan, but there's the paid route where you can now use Facebook targeting, or if you're on YouTube, they have theirs too, but I ain't talking about that right now. You can use Facebook's targeting tools and then pull people from that mass of 2 billion users, pull the fraction of those people who are interested in what you have to say, and then offload them over to your own platform where you can engage them further. Okay, so offload them over to that platform. What kind of platform is that? You have your email list. Email list is an owned platform. It has its pros and cons. The advantages, of course, include the fact that you have your database of their contact details, and also that if you are removed from one platform, you can take the details over to another platform and continue. However, we all know the problems with email. A lot of people are not reading their email, so open rates will still be a problem, but that's fine. You can still use email marketing. But then comes the third type of platforms, and that is the hybrid platforms. And so the hybrid platforms are those platforms that allow you to have some of the advantages of the owned platforms and the rented platforms, and they allow you to get attention on demand, instant attention on demand. Okay, so some of you right now came over here from my Telegram channels. All right, my Telegram channels. There's about 138 people watching now, right? I'm sure some came from the broadcast that Liberty did. Some came from my Telegram channel. If you are coming from my Telegram channels, just type Telegram in here. Let me use that to demonstrate something. Just type Telegram in the comments so I can see that there, right? So you came from Telegram channels, and that's because maybe you were lying on your bed where this when the notification was sent. So just tell me in the comments too, if you came from Telegram, what you were doing when you saw the notification that I was here speaking live on this particular topic. What were you doing? So maybe you were lying down on your bed, or you were somewhere you were reading, but you got notification, it dropped on your phone, and you're like, oh, I would like to learn about this, and you tapped and you came on here instantly. If I were to try to do that same thing with email marketing, some of you will not see that email until maybe 3 days later. All right, so yes, it's attention, but not attention on demand, not instantaneous attention. So you can see some of the comments here. Obio Daniel says, I was eating cake with friends, then I saw the notification. All right, someone says I was on my computer. Fantastic. Someone says I was about to eat. Everybody is eating. Where's my own? People are just eating. You don't know that John Biddy will eat, Abby. All right. Kofi says, I was going to bath. I'm listening from the bathroom. So you see someone said I'm walking on the road. So you see because of someone said I was chatting. So you see, it's good. I've removed you from that person you were chatting with. I've been able to grab your attention. Who said chatting? That was Treasure Nomsi. All right. From whoever you were chatting with, okay, had your attention. But I have grabbed your attention because of the medium I used to communicate to you that I am live on here. All right. So this is not about me, but about you and how you can use these platforms to drive your own objectives. All right. So Telegram is a hybrid platform. WhatsApp is a hybrid platform. Your own mobile app is another ultimate hybrid platform. And these days, you don't need to be a coder to create a mobile app. All right. There are many tools right now that can help you create mobile apps without even needing to learn how to code. Okay, so understanding these platforms, you can then see, oh my goodness, whatever I want to do, I can go and get that attention grab and get eyes upon what I want to do, upon my offer, upon my initiative, upon my products, and you can be able to make sales or get attention or whatever you want to do with that attention. All right, but getting attention is not all there is. How do you retain attention? How do you engage with those people in such a way that you build trust, you build likability, and you turn those people into your biggest brand advocates? And that is the business of content. Now, if you want to be relevant in 2021 and the 2020s, you've got to become a master of content. You cannot run away from it. You've got to learn how to engage these people. Now, there are two kinds of content that I'm going to talk about that if you engage with these things and you get good at them for the next 3 months, you can become the next best thing. All right. These two things are what? Virtual events and podcasts. Virtual events and podcasts. Now, 2020 taught us a lot of things, especially the thing about virtual events and how people can use virtual events to literally blow up. All right. So if you are new in a particular space, let's say, okay, you're saying, John, I've heard what you're saying. I love what you're saying, but hey, I'm new in the industry. Nobody knows me. My email list, there are only 20 people and 5 of them are my village people. All right. How do I get a whole new list of people to be interested in what I am saying? Well, slow down, Tiger. Interested is a long shot. We first have to grab their attention, okay? Then make them interested by your going concern, which is your content. But how can you do that? Number one, host a virtual event. So if nobody knows you, the quickest way to build a critical mass of people who know, like, and trust you is a virtual event. Now, Liberty is hosting the Citraks Summit. I think it's been going on for, I think, 3 days. You know what he has done in 3 days? He has been able to build brand equity and build that know, like, and trust factor in just 3 days. Because in 3 days, you've heard Liberty speak, you've connected with him, you've seen his face, you've heard his voice, you've been able to connect with him on an intellectual level. All right, he has brought all these speakers and all this value to you at no cost. He has instantly, in 3 days, built know, like, and trust. It beats the organic strategy where you can hear, oh, go on Instagram, post 5 times a day. It may be in 1 year, people might finally like you enough to buy what you have. That is valid, but it takes too long. Christ is coming soon. We don't know whether you hammer before Christ comes. We've got to do it quickly, okay? Behold, I come quickly. I'm just playing, but you understand what I'm talking about, all right? Get this down quickly. So a virtual event is something that can set you up for success a lot faster. Like I say, I'm talking really fast because I want to cover much ground with the time that we have, all right? But I hope that we are getting something. If you are getting something, say, amen. All right, so having a virtual summit, all right, is one of the biggest, the fastest ways to gain relevancy. And now it does not have to be so complex. I know some people are looking at this virtual summit. You are seeing how Liberty is, running the jingles. They are doing voiceovers. It's fantastic. But you see, virtual events can be as complex as you want, and they can be as simple as you want. If you have the power, the strength, and grabness to do it as excellently as Liberty is doing it, by all means, go on. But if all you can manage to get done is a Zoom meeting, start. That is a virtual event by itself. All right. So you're thinking, okay, John, this is great. This is great. I want to do a virtual event. How can I nail my virtual event? What should I do? What are the steps that I could take? All right. Now I'm going to share with you a simple framework. Okay. I call it the FTF framework. That anybody right now, listen, if you're watching me right now, by the time I'm done explaining this framework to you in about 15 minutes, you'll have your basic idea for launching out your first virtual event. Are you ready? Do you want to hear that? I know the answer is yes, so I'll proceed, okay? I call this the FTF framework. F means focus. T means topic. The other F means facilitator, all right? Now, what is the FTF framework about? So you're going to decide on, what problem do I want to solve? What industry do I want to be positioned in? All right. So you pick an industry. I don't know what industries you guys are in. I would like to get, someone should give me an example of an industry. Let me do it. Let me give you real-time feedback. So it doesn't look like I'm giving you something I've taught anywhere before. I like practicals. I like for us to think on our feet. So give me one industry. Someone who's in any industry, give me one industry. I'll use you as an example. And you can probably take this away and use this for your actual virtual events. Okay. I'm seeing fashion. Okay. I'm not much of a fashionista, so I don't really know. But let's keep on seeing. I'm seeing health. Okay. I taught health earlier on. What did I say? Language somewhere. I saw language. Did I see someone say marketing? Marketing is my genius domain, so it's not so challenging for me. Okay, Mary Linda says language education, so I'll use language education. All right, because it's interesting. I like languages too. So language. Let's say you want to dominate and be known as that person who can teach people how to speak foreign languages. But you see, teaching people languages is a bit boring in Nigeria. All right, but if you know how to make it spicy, you are going to dominate, and I'm going to show you how. Now, you decide that languages is your area. Now, let's use the FTF framework to create some sort of virtual event. And not a virtual event, this will also help you if you want to create a podcast too. So it has multiple users. Now, what do? Your focus. So out of languages now, from the whole thing about languages, we'll now create multiple sessions. All right. So see, Liberty has had multiple sessions on the Citraks Summit. Now you're going to create let's say you want to create like 4 sessions. Okay. Just to make it simple, 4 sessions. What is the first session going to be about? So the FTF, what is the focus? This whole thing is about languages. But what's the focus of this particular session? So you realize that, okay, in languages, some people might want to learn languages for different reasons. Some people might want to use their knowledge of languages to enhance their travel goals. Some people want to travel the world, and that's why they're learning languages, or that's why they might want to learn languages. So say, okay, good. The focus is on using languages to, achieve their travel goals. So that's your focus, using languages to achieve their travel goals. That's for just the first session. Now, what will be the topic? Now, for the topic, I have another formula. It's called the ROT formula, okay? It's called the ROT formula. ROT means result, objection, time frame. Result, objection, time frame. So what's the result you want people to get from that session? So remember that the focus is on how people can use languages, foreign languages, to achieve their travel goals or their travel objectives. Now, what could be the topic? What's the result you want them to have? Result, how to use languages to travel the world, for example. That's a result. I want to use languages, my knowledge of languages, to travel the world. That's a result. What could be the objection that somebody could have? ROT, remember, result, objection. What could be the objection somebody might have to achieving that result? Someone might say, but I've never traveled before. Aha. You tackle that objection by saying, even if you have no travel experience. So it now becomes how to use your knowledge of languages to travel the world, even if you have no travel experience. Interesting. But now, what about the T? T is for time frame. So the time frame can be used in multiple ways. You can say, give them a length of time after which they will receive they will get their results, or you can break it down into how much time they will need to invest per day. I like the per day for things that have to do with like languages. Okay, languages, health is best to do per day. So you can say, okay, you can spend how long will it take them to learn this thing? You can say use your knowledge of languages to travel the world, even if you've never traveled before, in just 20 minutes a day. Whoa, 20 minutes a day? I can give that. I can invest that. And then they can take you up on that. Now, you've gotten your topic. Remember, it's FTF framework, focus, topic. The next thing is what? The facilitator. Now you go and find someone who is not just a general language expert, but someone who can deliver on that particular topic, who is an expert on traveling, using language to travel. Somebody who understands what the different embassies want, how to put together your visa application, how your knowledge of languages can give you an edge. Somebody who is specific to that, get that person to facilitate just that session. And boom, you've gotten one session down. Okay, use the same framework and get your 1, 2, 3, whatever number of sessions that you want. Okay, you can still use this same framework to create a podcast. If you want to create a podcast and you're thinking of an episode, what episode should I create? This same framework can help you create an unlimited reservoir of content. Okay, so now I was talking about what kinds of content you need to hold on to in order to engage your users and become unbeatable in 2021. First one is a virtual event. But guess what? A virtual event happens only once in a while. After that, you need a going concern to continuously engage those users and keep on drawing more people into your movement. Keep on recruiting more believers into your movement. And so that's why I say there has to be a going concern. And some people want to be bloggers and all of that, but I would recommend you take the podcasting route. When I say podcasting, I'm not talking about audio podcasts. I'm talking about video. There is a way you can influence people when you are able to speak to them. They can see you, they can hear you, and you are able to speak to their hearts in a way you would never be able to do on audio. Okay, so simply creating a video podcast. Now, the great thing about podcasting, even if it's video, is that you don't have to be the one having all the knowledge. You can simply lean on the knowledge of other people and be known as the curator of these fantastic conversations. All right. So with podcasting, it's very easy to set up, get Zoom. Even if the simplest thing you can do is to get Zoom, record a video conversation between you and whoever is going to be your guest, put it on your YouTube channel, and boom. Why am I heavy on video? Why am I going heavy on video podcasting? Because everybody knows about the number one search engine in the world is what? Google. What's the number two? Think about it. It's YouTube. Even though YouTube is supposed to be a video platform. But because of its utility and how people are using it to search for solutions to their problems in the same that they do for Google, it's become number two, the number two search engine. So these days when somebody is searching for something about how to make money online, how to invest in cryptocurrency, how to buy NFTs, a lot of people are not even Googling anymore. They are YouTubing. They're searching for that on YouTube. So what if you had an episode that catered to that and someone searched and yours came up? You will get way more discoverability than people searching you on podcast platforms. All right. So when you have that on video on YouTube, there's a whole gang of people who you are going to draw into your movement that would never have known of you if all you were doing is an audio podcast. And also, everyone's doing audio. If you are one of the few who is able to show up well, excellently on video, you will stand out and you will take that market. Listen, in the third world, it is so easy to be excellent. Why? Because there are so many problems that are chaining most people and keeping them in mediocrity. If you are one of the few who can stand out and be excellent, you will have no competition. You will literally have zero competition. All right. So these are the ways you can hold people's attention and engage them, and then you can further monetize that attention if you wish. Okay, but before we even talk about monetization, there is something that a lot of people here have not been able to tie up, and that is your positioning. Listen, in 2021, I need you to understand something. Your competition is no longer the guy in Lagos State with you. Your competition is no longer the person in Ogun State or in Port Harcourt or in Enugu. No. Your competition, even you, right there in the third world, your competition is the guy in South Korea. Your competition is the guy in Dubai, me. Your competition is the person in Brazil. Your competition is the person in China. Your competition is the person in Brussels, in New York. Nobody is going to say that, oh, you know what, they're from the third world, let's cut them some slack. No, people only care about deliverables. Excellence. Listen. When I say excellence, calm down. Your definition of excellence is likely not the world's definition of excellence. So maybe you might need to revise that. Are you hearing me? All right. I get really fired up talking about this because I've seen a lot of things. Okay. So people say, oh, I'm excellent. No, you are excellent by your own standards, likely very inferior standards. All right. You want to know what excellence is? Go and look at your competition. Not Ebuka in Lagos with you. No, but go and check what the guys in South Korea are doing. You'll be humbled. And then you will go and rework it, because if you are going to dominate, it's not by positive confessions. You've got to pay your dues. It's not by saying, oh, I can make it. Stop hyping yourself and drinking codeine with positive confessions. You've got to put in that work. You've got to show up and show up strong. Gone are the days when we used to say things like, oh, show up. Even if you don't have all it takes, show up. What you have is enough. That was the gospel of the 2010s. In 2021 and beyond, it is not enough to show up. You have to show up strong. When a Nigerian tells me some crap like, oh, my internet connection was not strong, I ask them, which internet connection? Because I believe that any serious Nigerian should have at least 5. So which of the 5 was not strong? You've got to show up well and show up strong, because merely showing up is not going to be enough. What got you here will not take you there. So you've got to go and rethink what your idea of excellence is. All right. If you want to boost your idea of excellence, it's very easy. The internet has made the world flat. Just go and look at what people all over the world are doing. Stop looking at the guy. People are playing all these status games on Instagram. Who is doing what? No, go and look at what the first world is doing. Gauge your idea of excellence by that. When I come to a landing page done by a Nigerian, I know it's a Nigerian that did this page. Why? When I get the same templates, why should you be one of those people who look like that? All right. The third world has a look on the internet, and you want to avoid that. It has that look of pity us, we are just trying. All right, your spellings are off, your grammar is off, and you're like, hey, English is not our mother tongue. No, it is the mother tongue of the world now. So you're either excellent or just go and sit down. You can't play the game. All right, so you've got to show up strong. You've got to show up well. If it means getting someone to proofread, pay someone to proofread. Most people here are SMEs. You are not used to paying people to ensure that your work attains to perfection. But you've got to get into that habit. You've got to pay the cost to be the boss. I'm not who I am today because I came here to play average. All right? The only reason most of you here even regard me in any shape or form is because maybe I'm doing something you're unable to do, or maybe I appear to have what you don't have. That's just the reality of things. And so think about it. Think about how the world sees you. You've got to be able to attain a level of excellence that is unattainable for them. That is the only way you will get people to submit to you, or people to submit to your attention. All right? So the number one skill of the new economy, especially if you are in the third world, is being able to deliver first world ideas, first world results, even from the third world. Don't let me see how far with that thing and you're telling me, oh, they took my light. Who gives a damn what happened to your light? You make that happen no matter what. I don't care how you do it. Go and find it. If you have to put the blood of a donkey inside a generator. I don't know what you want to do. Go and figure it out. You are smart enough. You are creative enough. You are intelligent enough. Don't give me dumb excuses because you're in the third world. And then you go and shout amen on 31st night. Say, oh, we are dominating. Dominating what? You know you are broke. Say the truth. You've got to deliver. This excellence won't come to you free of charge. You've got to pay the price. All right? So, I just digressed there when talking about excellence. But in order to dominate in this world, you've got to be excellent. You've got to have an excellent spirit. Having an excellent spirit is not a thing of you lay a hand on yourself and say, oh, I have an excellent spirit. And you are deceiving yourself. You don't have nothing. You've got to work it and build that habit of excellence. Build the habit of excellence. Be that person where if that thing is not done right, you can say, no, this is not done right. It can't come out from me. I am an excellent person. I deliver excellent results and I have to deliver this result excellently. That has to be you. And so on any stage globally, you can dominate. All right? I remember when I first started doing public speaking, people would say things like, you are speaking for your English too much. That is why you are where you are. And that is why I am where I am. That is why you are there in the audience. And that's why I am the one you are listening to. Because I have an excellent spirit. And when people in the audience would rather mock you for being excellent or for being different, that's why they'll be watching you on television. And you are the one making statements that they'll be going to the comment section to comment about. All right? So, I mean, guys, let's not play here. You are not getting any younger. When mostly Nigerians, I can talk to you like I'm talking to my people. You're not getting any younger. You've been shouting, we are dominating, we are taking over since you were young. Have you gotten there yet? No. Should something not tell you that you are on the wrong boat or you're on the wrong vehicle or there's something you're not quite getting right? Think about it. Anyway, let's move on from that, right? So you understand how to create those experiences, all right? You understand how to communicate with the language of the age. You can harness platforms. You can deliver, all right? The next thing you can now learn how to do is how to monetize so that it does not all just become a labor of love. So before I get to monetization, I was talking about positioning. That's why I went into all that thing about excellence, because I was talking about websites. Okay, everyone must have a website. Okay, one of the third world questions I get that, John, but do I need a website? That's a third world question. Why? Because you're looking for the path of least resistance. You know that maybe it might cost you money or time or learning or energy, so you are asking that question to hopefully get me to give you a way out. No, there's no way out. You need to have your website up. All right. So if you don't know anything about website design, that's fine. We're in the year 2021, and it is easy for people to put out fantastic websites without necessarily being a web developer. Go to Wix, W-I-X, Wix.com. Use that. You can create an excellent website overnight. Okay, they have themes, they have templates that anybody can just click, boom, you have a website. Okay, and so people can start to take you seriously. Not that crappy stuff and you're hoping that they will pity you. Let your work not say pity. Let your work say I am excellent and you will get value from me. All right, so Wix.com has that. And now they have a free plan. Use the free plan, put out your website. Then when you like what you have designed, you can now pay for a paid plan. Okay, so Wix.com can get you up there. Now, apart from having a website, you need a defensive strategy when it comes to your PR, all right? You need a defensive strategy. Listen, I remember very clearly the day I knew I was going to become somebody. 2014, I was in Benin City, Nigeria. I remember clearly where I was. I knew I was going to become somebody. It was when I was, first of all, 2013 actually, not 2014, 2013, when I was first nominated for the Future Awards in 2013. I was in Benin City that day and I just said, this thing, it looks like I'm going to become somebody. And so what did I do? I spent 1 week performing a social media audit. Now, there are some things that you may have gone out there to post in your days of ignorance, in your youthful exuberance. I'm not blaming you for that, okay? When I was a child, I thought as a child, I spoke like a child. But when I became a man, I put aside childish things, right? So you have come of age. You are now on a life of purpose. But guess what? You will still be judged retroactively. So what you have to do is your defensive strategy is to go to those social networks and remove those things you put out there in your days of childishness, in your days of immaturity. Remove those things. If it's on Facebook, you can just spend maybe a week or a month, all right? Now, depending on how long your rascality has been, it might take you maybe 2 months or 3 months. I don't know. For me, it was just 1 week worth of rascality I had to remove. For you, I don't know, 2 weeks, 3 months, hopefully not a year, because nobody can be that. No, just delete the account if it's up to a year, right? But I'm just playing. But dedicate some time to remove those things. Get on Twitter, delete. There are some tools these days that can help you automatically delete everything that you've ever tweeted on Twitter. I don't know if they have it for Facebook, but they have the one for the one for Twitter. You can just massively remove everything and then start afresh, and then start projecting the image that you want people to see, because they are going to check. All right, they are going to check. Okay, so once you've removed everything from the past, then start projecting start putting out content that will serve your future. Okay, be your own PR manager. Make sure that when somebody is Googling you, everything that shows on that first page is positive. Your LinkedIn profile, of course, takes number 1 spot. The number 2 should be your website. Number 3, go to about.me, create a publicly visible profile there. And any good thing that you do, make sure that you are putting it online, so that when people are coming there, they are seeing you with a properly curated resume. Okay, resume is not only about the work you have done or where you have worked, but it's about whether people can trust your judgment. People want to know, regardless of, skill is important, experience is important, but people want to know if they can trust your judgment in this crazy time of social media, where someone can just go and post something because they are feeling sad or they are feeling too happy. People want to know whether they can trust your judgment. So they'll be looking into how you project your personal life, whether you talk too much, whether you expose people's secrets. They'll be looking into those things. So you must learn how to comport yourself, okay? If you go and read Mark Zuckerberg's post on Facebook, the person on whose platform you are being a rascal, go to his own Facebook posts and see what he puts out there. You will not even see one typographical error. I'm sure multiple assistants must go through his posts every day before they click on publish. It's like a proper PR piece. He doesn't post just anything that comes to his head. It is properly constructed. All right? So why should you now be the clueless one? The person that made the platform is not clueless. Why would you be the clueless one? You just go down and put something, oh, boyfriend broke your heart, blah, 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 blah. I don't understand why men are like this. Why is that you? Let that be for those out there. It is not you. You are different. You are separate. All right? Nobody ever meets you must chop. People are going to talk, hey, you go and post, don't let any man define your worth. We just know, they don't break this on heart too. We just look and we just know. All right? That's the people that made the platform. They don't use it for those purposes. So why should you? Does it not make sense for you to see that there's something terribly wrong? So you got to be guided, because people are watching. There are certain people who have the connections, the ability to lift you from where you are to where you want to be. But they want to know, can we trust his judgment? Can we trust her judgment? When she is under stress, how does she act? How does she behave? It's okay for you to have a party life. If you like parties, if you like to engage in certain extreme activities, that is your business. But a lot of those things have no business on social media. You don't need to. I know people are doing it, but you don't have to be drawn into that. Okay? These are the things that will set you up for long-term success. All right? These are the things that will set you up for long-term success. All right? So that's very important. So have your PR plan for your brand, your defensive strategy, your offensive strategy. Yes, then now you can now talk about, monetizing, because we are in this for the long game. Not just sell a product once, you burn all your credibility and you can't sell to anybody again because everybody just sees you as a fraud or as an unstable person. No, you are doing this to be in the game for the long term. You can now win anything you want to sell because people know that you are credible. They will buy into that. All right. So what are some other things that that we need to learn? All right. So there are a few more skills of the new economy. One of them is something that a lot of you have been running away from. All right. You know what that is? Public presentations. All right. Now, before we had the presentations, in real life and all that, but now everyone is doing things online. We're doing virtual summits online. We're doing Zooms online, and everyone needs to learn how to make presentations confidently in front of a camera. Now, it may not feel natural at first because if you're used to talking to people, you look into their faces, into their eyes, you can know how to gesticulate appropriately. And so it might feel unnatural that you're talking straight to an inanimate object that's a camera, but it can be learned. And if you can be one of the few people who can do it and do it excellently well, you will set yourself apart from the crowd. Opportunities will open up to you. They'll say, this person is organized. This person is articulate. This person, are you sure you are based in Nigeria? Oh my goodness, how come we've never heard of you? These things are the fruits of excellence. When I first started, this is my phone where they speak so. People said all kinds of things. They said I was sounding like some other people or that I was forming American. Yes, but I'm here now and you're not. So come out, guys, and be separate. Insist on your standard of excellence. All right? You may be in this world, but you are not of this world. In the world that you came from, excellence is the watchword. All right? So everything, specificity of speech, the way you gesticulate, the way that the words that you use, the way that you teach, even the heights, the way you give value to people. If you've ever heard me speak, you understand the depths from which I draw the examples, the allegories, the metaphors, the tools that I share. They are deep things that even if you pay some courses, you might not find them. I do that intentionally to set myself apart. And so you can do that too, because when you are a person of unending value, you will always have people coming to you. All right. So these are the basic things. These are the basic things that everyone can master to be able to dominate in the new economy. Not many people are good in front of camera. If you can master that, you will be a lord in this era because the world has not quite opened up fully. If you can be one of those who can master online presentations, you will be one of the elite few. You can run webinars confidently, sell your products, explain your ideology, your ideas to people, explain your products, sell them in on your ideas. You'll be one of the elite few. All right. And then finally, I would like to say, guys, do not bury your head in the sand. Whenever you hear something new, go and dig. Do not rest. Do not go to bed that day until you have a working knowledge of what that is about. There is a spirit of mediocrity around lower class third worlders. A spirit of mediocrity that says, we never chop yet with the NFT we can't talk about. I beg, people should have food to eat first before we talk about NFT. That is a demonic spirit of mediocrity that will ensure you never leave poverty, and poverty never leaves you. So make sure you shake off the beast into the fire, as we used to sing when we were kids. Yeah, shake that out. Shut your ears from those uncouth conversations. You don't need them because the world is racing, and largely Africa is not even a factor. Go and ask around. They are making their plans, going to Mars, future technology. They don't rate Africa, unless maybe South Africa, which is, right? So understand what is happening in the world. They're talking about NFTs. Someone's buying NFTs for $17 million. Someone's selling it for this amount of money. Why are they so valuable? What part of the value chain can I situate myself? Bitcoin is going up, is going down. Buy the dip is trending. What does it mean to buy the dip? How can I definitively learn what this thing is about? We're talking about virtual reality. Understand what these things mean. It just takes one right move in the right direction to change your life forever. So that's my time, guys. I've been here to talk about skills of the new economy. I want us to not be hearers only of these words, but be doers only. All right? Make your next move your best move and keep on making the rest of your lives the best of your lives. God bless you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. We sincerely appreciate you for the value you've given. You talk about the skills of the new economy. You have to be ready. You have to position yourself. You need to have the tools right that are necessary. And some things are you made mention of Wix, getting a website. We've actually looked at that, and that's why we're bringing up Citraks solution. So we realize that okay, Wix has templates and all of this. You have to. There's a learning curve, right, to build a website with it. So we decided that okay, what are the most important things that a website needs to have for this particular industry? So we decided to build templates, right, professional templates, right, so that people can go to citraks.com, just pick a template, they don't have to do anything, right?
Fantastic.
A template that suits their needs. 200 plus, we built over 200 plus templates that professionally built. We don't just build them, we do our research, right? We look at the market, what converts most, what people need to their website, and we build templates according to those things, right?
Okay, so tell me more about the solution. Is it based on WordPress or is it a standalone solution?
Well, we're looking to go long term. It's not just about now. What we've started so far is on WordPress. The platform is built on WordPress, and WordPress powers about
Fantastic.
30% of the entire website on the
Awesome.
is
Awesome.
built on WordPress, right?
So how do people get started? Is it a monthly plan, or how do people get started?
Well, we have different plans. This is what you do.
Okay.
Just go to citraks.com, right? Pick your preferred template, right? For regular website, we're doing a discount today. It's 30K. For e-commerce
Wow.
website, it's 50K, right?
Okay.
Discount for today. By tomorrow, it's back to 70 and 50K, right?
Fantastic.
So once you pick those two, now you can either, right, subscribe to our plan, which is monthly plan, which is very affordable, like 2K per month.
Fantastic.
Right, to maintain your website. Or you can just get the template, buy the template, and we'll do an installation for you on your own platform, your cloud or your hosting platform, and we'll install everything for you.
That's way cheaper than even Wix and the other platforms.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Fantastic,
So
fantastic.
Yes, sir.
All right, guys, you have heard it from Liberty yourself. Go to citraks.com right now. Check out their the website solutions there. Oh my goodness, even I am going to check it out and see what templates I can use for my own purposes. Fantastic. Is that what you use for the Citraks website?
Yes, sir. Even the registration platform for the summit is built on that. And we have so many people like where they can work with us. Some of the speakers have actually used our platform. If you go on the website, you see their testimonials. So
that's the first world. That's the first world excellence we're talking about. Fantastic, fantastic, fantastic. So, guys, citraks.com. Get on there, take advantage of the deal. I mean, it's way cheaper than Wix, and you can pay with Naira. Now, there's a very big issue paying in dollars to any dollar platform. All right, so citraks.com, fantastic.
Thank you.
Well
thank
done,
you
Liberty.
So
well
much.
done. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Liberty, for having me on.
I don't know if you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. I don't know if you can take like question for a minute or two. Or...
Sure, hit me.
Beautiful. Okay, so let's check the comment section. Do you have questions? Daddy J.O. is here for you, right? So let's see. If you have questions, type in the comment section and he will respond to you. Just 2 minutes and we're out. Beautiful. I'm on the website now. Amazing, fantastic. Questions. We're talking about skills. Okay, fantastic. We have one question. Peter Augustine. Which is the best? Having a website with your name or your business name?
Well, both of them actually work. Your personal name will help you for personal branding. The other one will help you for corporate. They both have their pros and cons and their advantages, but ideally, having both would serve you. All right, so I have johnobidi.com. I also have headsouthafrica.com and other websites for my other concerns. But having your personal website just tells the world who you are, what is your value to the world, and then you can have links to your other projects which have their independent websites.
Amazing. I think that is it. Let's see. Beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm not sure we don't have any question for now. So if you need to, you know that the J.O., I don't need to describe him or explain him to you. Right? Just go on Headstart Africa, go on Facebook, type Headstart Africa, you can join the community. So I don't know if there's any other thing you'd like to say or how people can reach you.
Yeah. Well, just join my Facebook group. My Facebook group is called Head Start Africa. If you're not there already, just go to Facebook and search Head Start Africa and join. Again, I would just like to close with what I said earlier on. Guys, this is the best time to be alive. Go get the replays of this. I'm sure Liberty will make it available either for purchase or however. Get the replay, hear it again. But it's not just about the hearing. Be a doer. All right, be a doer because the doers will inherit the earth. And as I said before, make your next move your best move and keep on making the rest of your life the best of your life.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, guys. Okay. We have come to the end of the Citraks Summit 2021. And thank you so much, the audience. You guys, I keep saying you guys are the real MVPs. Don't go anywhere. We quickly will announce the winner, the two winners that are left, right? So just hold on and I'll be right back. Okay. So today we had Miss Martina. She came on board and she gave three giveaways to three different people, and we also we're giving out giveaways to three more people, right, to get free website on Citraks. Just go on Citraks, right, and you'll be able to get any of our templates for free if you're here right now. So the first winner for today was Humphrey Eze. He's walking away with 20,000 naira. We have Grace Jaffet. Grace Jaffet, you've won yourself a website, free website. Victory Marson, right? Victory Marson, you've gotten yourself a free website. Pastor Ike Chris, you've gotten yourself one of the gifts from Miss Martin. So we have two more people left. Two more people. Let's quickly see who is still here. Let me see your comments. I'll just pick anybody, right? I'll just pick anybody. Let's see. Who has been active here? Okay, so we have someone, Kehinde Phillips Adepoju. You've won yourself a free website. So reach out to us. If I mention your name, go to Citraks, go to Google, go to Instagram, search for Citraks Solution and send us a DM. Send us a DM, right? Send us a DM, right? And we'll respond to you. So Grace Jaffet, Humphrey Eze, Victory Mason, Pastor Ike Chris, and one more person. Let's see. Yeah, Kehinde Phillips Adepoju. Fantastic. So let's see, one more person to go. Junior Rose. Okay. Let's see. Can find one more person. Okay, Humphrey Eze. Yes, the language arena. You've been active like from day one. So our last winner for the day is Language Arena. Language Arena. Now, before you go, we've had so many speakers. We've spent a lot to make this summit available for you free of charge, right? We've had amazing speakers from all over the world, and I want to tell you that for those that couldn't catch up on other speakers that we've had Miss Ediri, Miss Remi Owadukun, Michael Fee. Many people have come on board to give value, extreme value, massive value that you will not get anywhere else. And if you would like to have access to this replay, it will be made available tomorrow. All you need to pay is $20.99. That is it, $20.99. That's like $21. It's nothing compared to what you're getting. So it will be made available. The link will be made available this evening or tomorrow morning on the Telegram channel. If you're not on the Telegram channel, make sure that you join. Make sure you join. Fantastic. So thank you so much, guys. Thank you for staying tuned. The replay will be made up. Make sure you get the replay. This will change your mind. It will transform your life, because the people that came on board, they're not just people. These are people that have learned, they've done it, right? They have solutions, they have footprints, they have reputation, right? They have results to show for what they talk about, and they're going to be You're going to be hearing from all of them. You could pause, you could play, you can listen to it anytime you want. Fantastic. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. So, Grace Jaffet, Humphrey Eze, Victory Mason, Pastor Ike Chris, and every other person that I mentioned, make sure that you get in touch with us. Go to Instagram, search for Citraks Solution. Make sure you're following us. If you're not following us, now you know, right? Go to Instagram, search for Citraks Solution, and send us a DM. Shoot us a DM. Thank you so much, guys. And that is it for the Citraks Summit 2021. Thank you. Thank you so much.